Would you feel better if I said it this time? Like I love myself. Would you feel better if I said that this time? Like I love myself.
Hello and welcome to Scottish Virtual Drift Series X Street Round 1 Top 32. We are here at Driftland for the first round of the Street Series. It is going to be unbelievable. We had an incredible qualifying session there yesterday with Emilis Velica topping that there with a 96.3 yesterday, led behind by Ahmed, Al-Hamadi and Martinez Ostrica in third. You can see both our first battle there, both the drivers from the first battle on the start line. That's Emilis Velica and Charlie Hume there, waiting to be sent down the track. We are just waiting for everybody to get tucked in. Hope everybody is doing well and you will stick with us for this evening. Seen a lot of people in chat already, so if you guys do have any questions, do drop it down into the chat. We have a lot of massive names here in the qualifying from yesterday who did get into top 32. A lot of big names that maybe dropped outside of the top 32. Our cutoff yesterday was an 85 flat, so Charlie Hume at that cutoff point yesterday. As we do get ready for our first battle here, we have our lights in position. As we start to get the lights for our first battle, it will be Emilis Velica to lead out Charlie Hume for the first run of the weekend here, as Emilis Velica initiates very nice and wide there. Round outers on one. Charlie Hume trying to make up a little bit of ground here as we come through DND alley. Charlie Hume, late transition there, gets up onto the door of the PS13 in that R32 Skyline, starting to work it up the hill here. Both drivers not doing a bad job here as Charlie Hume pushes right onto the door of Emilis Velica and across the line they go. Wow, kicking it off right here at round one. Both drivers doing a very impressive set of runs there. Emilis doing a very nice lead along with Charlie Hume doing a very, very aggressive chase, and spots did fall down behind in little bits there, but that's to be expected as this is kind of a new kind of layout structure that we have here. It is a common layout in Driftland, but we've never run these cars here. A lot of these guys have never run battles with these cars. As we get ready for the second half of this run, Charlie Hume to lead out Emilis Velica as Emilis powers that S13, and side-by-side initiation there for Emilis as he goes right to the door of the R32 Skyline. Look at the proximity here from Emilis, doing a very nice job as we come through the centre section here. Emilis right there still with Charlie Hume as Charlie's doing a very nice lead run here in that blue R32 Skyline, but Emilis not wavering one bit, right on the door. Proximity is so consistent here, very, very smooth in the chase position is Emilis Velica as they cross the line. We will get the judges to drop in their decisions as the drivers make their way back to the line here. We'll get a quick review here of that. Look at the replay. Emilis a lot closer in the chase overall. Consistently, Charlie was closer in spots, but Emilis right there throughout the whole run kept that proximity within that same kind of distance. As we are getting judges to drop in their scores here at the moment, but wow, look at that proximity right at the end there from Charlie Hume on that first run. Very, very nice as we finish off both of them runs there. As look at the initiation here from Emilis, right side by side, incredible there. That's really good position. We have to trust the lead driver a lot. You really need to make sure that, you know, you're confident in what they're going to do in that lead position. Emilis definitely not scared of initiating side by side on this track, knows the layout well enough and how to slow down. As we do get a decision here, and we will get Rise to slide left, Parker sliding right, and Ty sliding left as well. All three unanimous going for Emilis Velica, as Charlie Hume will bow out of top 32, and we will see him back for the next round. We will move it along to our next battle there. It'll be Elijah Islas to take on James Estrella. They should be on the line there as they are pulling to the line just after warming their tires. You can see James Estrella just pulling to the line to chase out first. Elijah to lead in that E46 BMW as we wait for the lights to come on. As we do get lights starting to illuminate, we get the green light here. Elijah to lead out James Estrella. Let's see what will happen here. Will it be another close battle here? Look at the initiation there from James Estrella right to the door of the E46 in that 180SX. The Carbon Drift Team driver not scared of going to door, as Elijah not doing a thing wrong here in the lead. Very, very nice from Elijah, as James starting to give a little bit of a push onto the door of the BMW there, as he starts to make up a little bit more ground here as he come across outer zone 6 and across the line. Very nice start to the battle here, as we'll get them swapped around, get them back to the line. James Estrella will lead out for the second half of this battle. Not a bad run overall from either driver. We will have a look at that a little bit closer in the replay as we get them back to the line here. We'll get the judges to illuminate that semaphore light as we get 1 light, 2 light, 3 lights and a green light. We'll send them down the track here. James Estrella will come out through the start line chicane as he starts to initiate now along STRO M Wheels wall. Elijah initiating very close to the 180SX here and bringing it right around through the center section. Transition back inches from the back bumper to 180SX. Elijah not doing a half bad job here. A little bit of a waver in the chase as James Estrella powers that 180SX around the rest of this Driftland track. Not doing a thing wrong as well. Inch perfect along that qualifying line. As they cross the line, they'll move it back to their little decision area as we wait for the judges to drop in their scores there. We'll have a quick look at the replays. So let's have a look on the right there, second run, and on your left we have the first. So looking at the first run there, look at the proximity coming up the hill from James Estrella onto Elijah Islas there in that E46. Very nice, smooth, fluid run in the chase from James Estrella. But if you look at the chase from Elijah, it was a few corrections there, a little bit of a wavering, but again did get into that pocket of the 180SX quite well. Looking at both leads, not bad overall, both doing a fairly tidy job, keeping it nice and smooth. Judges saying in briefing earlier on that they did want to just see good, smooth battles, so we will see what they make of all of this. Very, very good runs here to kick off. First two battles, very hard decision for the judges. Definitely entertaining this evening. Do not move a muscle. Definitely stay with us, because this is only going to get better. If this is the standard of driving at top 32, what's it going to be like in top 8 and top 4? It's only going to get better and tighter and harder for the judges to split those hairs, as we're still waiting for the judges. A lot of deliberation going on here, as not seeing anything movement wise on the score sheet, so definitely having a bit of a deliberation here, possibly a one more time for these guys, as we do get a decision here. Let's see what happens. As we get a nice view of both of the guys in their cars right at the decision area. So we wait for the judges to drop in that score there. They'll wait patiently. Look at these cars as well. Beautiful cars made by Dill 3D Modeling. Unbelievable. One of our sponsors for this year. Done an incredible job. Some of these cars CSP swaps as well. That Carbon Drift Team 180SX is CSP swap, but for the most part, a lot of these cars, all of the kits are made by Dill. Incredible modeler, and does a very, very tidy job with all of the cars. And I've seen some of the work he's done in the past, and it is absolutely top notch. I think I actually have some parts that he's made on some of my cars, which is it's nice to have as well, because I like supporting friends of the championship, sponsors of the championship, because that's exactly what keeps this going. And a big thank you to the rest of our sponsors there: STRO M Wheels, DND Performance Interior, Driftland, Mclellan Motorsport, Tsujigiri Collective, Number 26 Racing, Kaptured Media, Frontside Racing, and 443 Motorsport. Very happy to have them all on board this year, as they have been some returning sponsors, the likes of STRO M Wheels and Frontside Racing, and then Kaptured Media have always been around here as well. As we're still waiting here, as we are starting to get decisions dropping in here, we will wait to see what happens, as wait for the sliders two come in. So slide him left for Elijah, slide him right for James Estrella, and they all slide right for James Estrella. He will move through to the top 30, or to the top 16 rather, unfortunately. For Elijah Islas, that will be all she wrote for this weekend. So we do move back to the line here. We will have Ian Johnson versus Cameron Mustard. If this isn't an exciting battle, I don't know what is. This is going to be incredible. This is possibly one of the more exciting battles of the evening. Definitely two heavy hitters here. Cameron Mustard, a veteran of SVDS, and the same with Ian Johnson. These guys have competed in SVDS for a very, very long time. And both of these guys have competed at some of the top levels of sim drifting as well, so we'll get to see an incredible battle here. I think this is going to be close. This is going to be definitely a hard one for the judges to determine. As we wait for the judges to be ready to send the drivers down the straight here. Both guys waiting patiently as we do get the green light to be sent down. Cameron Mustard to lead out Ian Johnson as they flick down along STRO M Wheels while there. Ian Johnson right on the side of that S13. Timo Nero driver right there as we come through the center section, transitions perfectly along the back bumper of the S13, forces his S14 onto the door there. Both these S chassis doing incredible stuff here. Cameron Mustard not putting a foot wrong in the lead either, running that qualifying line lovely across the line here from both drivers. Incredibly smooth. Absolute fluidity from both these guys. It's exactly what the judges were looking for, especially they're saying from 4 to 5 and along around to 6. They want a nice smooth arc. They're not too worried about how you fill them zones. Like, they are going to take it into account, but really what they're looking for is how fluid you move from each zone around. But they want you on that qualifying line as well. They do want you hitting them A lines, but they want it to be one fluid motion. As we get the second half of this run here, Ian Johnson to lead out Cameron Mustard. Let's see what Cameron Mustard can do to chase. Famous for some very close chasing, as we will definitely see that here. Ian Johnson maybe a little bit off clip one there as we transition back through DND Alley. Ian Johnson doing very nice out in the lead, but look at Cameron Mustard right there the whole way along this big outside section here. Longest corner on the track at the moment, and across the line they go. Very, very nice from both drivers. We will have a look at the replays as we'll see what was the proximity like run and compare that here. As look at the initiation, both guys very close on initiation, and proximity wise was fairly close between the two of them. Judges are really going to have to do a lot of work here. This might come down to a few little waivers and mistakes that maybe we won't even be able to see. Judges are going to have to go very in depth with this. Wow, incredible stuff there from both drivers as we do get a decision. Slide him left for Cameron Mustard, slide him right for Ian Johnson, and Cameron Mustard gets the win. He'll pass through to the top 16 as Ian Johnson bows out of competition, unfortunately, in the top 32. We will see him back for next round. That Team Oniro driver in that S14 as we'll move it to the next battle on the line here will be Anthony Taylor versus Carlos Bazinskas. Anthony Taylor to lead out first, Carlos Bazinskas in that E92 BMW there, and we have Anthony Taylor in that NA MX-5. Two very different size-wise cars here. It's going to be very interesting to see. We might even be able to see the MX-5 if Carlos goes too close to it. As we start to get the lights to illuminate, green light, down we go towards that wall. Through the start line chicane goes Anthony Taylor as he flicks that NA MX-5 towards the wall. Very nice initiation there from both drivers. But look at Carlos Bazinskas right on the door here as we flick back through the center section. Works both of them cars around outer zone, inner clip 4. Pushing that MX-5 around is Carlos. Look at this. Very, very nice. As the lead run is impeccable too. Across the line they go. We'll send them back to the line, swap them around. Carlos to lead out Anthony Taylor, but very, very tidy run from both drivers. Very close there. Carlos Bazinskas to that MX-5 can be very hard to tandem with a smaller car in front of you. It can be very hard to see where the car is. As when we swap them around now, Anthony Taylor to chase in the bigger car, that E92, he's quite a large target area to put it on the door, so we will see what happens here as they come through the start line. Chicane, Carlos to lead in, flicks that E92 towards the wall. Look at the initiation here from Anthony Taylor right on the door of Carlos Bazinskas as we come now through transition. Right there as Anthony Taylor makes a huge dive onto the door. The E92 comes back up the hill right there with him. You can see the size difference of both of those cars, but knocking on the door is Anthony Taylor. Knock knock, I am here, don't worry, you haven't lost me yet. As they cross the line, bring it back around to the decision area. We'll see what the judges made of that one. Let's have a look at the replay here. Unbelievable, look at this as they flick in. Anthony Taylor in that second run, so close the whole time. Maybe a few little twitches and wavers there, but definitely having to drive the wheels off that little MX-5. And perfect the whole way through, just follows that arc the same way Carlos does in the lead. And we can't disregard the chase here from Carlos either, because it was very, very nice also. As this is the second run here. Or just the first run rather, Anthony Taylor to lead out Carlos. And look at Carlos, a little bit of hesitations there, maybe just letting to see where that MX-5 lands through the transitions as he does start to push up. Then as they hit the big corner, we'll see how the judges really kind of want to play this, and who knows, maybe it could be a one more time. But yeah, I think someone in the chat there, MX-5 straightened for a split second, but the judges will, it's definitely down to the judges. They'll have to make that decision on what happened. There are a few mistakes throughout here. I can guarantee you the judges are spotting all of the mistakes that were made, that the ones we can't even see. They'll find mistakes, but that is their job. I wouldn't want to be a judge at all. I'm just a commentator. I'm just a guy who likes drifting. So we will wait for the judge to drop that score in. They're definitely having a good talk about this, just making sure that they are making the right decision here. Let's look at the proximity. Both guys doing a very tidy job, but the proximity in that second run, look, maybe it's just because the size difference of the cars, but it looks like Anthony Taylor was so close coming around that final corner. As our Hawkeye judges still deliberating there. They do have a wide range of cameras, and they do have telemetry and stuff like that. They can see where drivers are braking, where they're handbraking, putting on power, and they can see wheel movements and everything. So we will see what happens here as we wait for the judges to drop in their score. Rise goes to the right, Parker goes to the right, Ty goes to the right, Carlos Bazinskas getting the win there. Anthony Taylor bowing out of competition as we move it along to the next battle. Carlos Bazinskas progressing on to the top 16. Anthony Taylor, unfortunately, out of competition now. As we wait for the next battle to come in, we'll have a server reset. Just as we wait for everybody to jump into the server. So we are running at 8 drivers at a time, so we have 4 battles, and then we'll switch over who is in the server, just so it's cutting down on the amount of lag in the server and stuff like that, because a lot of these cars are quite detailed. As you can see, the bank there from last season, the Pro Championship. We will be seeing that back for the Pro Championship, from what I'm told, later on this year. Very, very cool bit of section of track there. And nice to see what Driftland could be, and you get to see that ideal kind of things. Like, because I know when they were designing this, they sat down and was like, right, if we were to have this in Driftland, how would we do it? What would we do? And that's exactly what they came up with. And like, if we could do that in real life, we'd definitely do it. And it is, in fairness, I've driven that bank a couple of times. At the start, I didn't really like the idea of it, but as I progressed on, I did start to like it a little bit. It is a very cool addition to Driftland, and it shows you what you can do with the sim. You can bring these kind of new cool ideas to tracks that are already existing and come up with new layouts, which is very, very nice. As you can see, all our guys starting to load in there. We can see Andres Kleinbergs, Lou Trevino. We'll have Ricky Stobbart to take on Juan Horquez, Marc O'Rourke to take on Brandon Carter, Omar Bagdati to take on Ernesto Jacubilus. As we get the guys to just do a little bit of a grip check. Just make sure that everything is okay in that server for them. We'll see Marc O'Rourke, that Team O'Neill driver. And then Ernesto, that ready-to-win driver. Ernesto Jacubilus, Darius Ostrika, Martinez Ostrika, Emilis Velica, all part of that team ready to win. As it is for SVDS. And these guys are big names in sim drifting right now. They've been around for a very, very long time. And let's be honest, if we look at Ernesto Jacubilus, he's won some of the biggest championships on the Sims. Same with Darius Ostrika. Martinez has always been that top contender as well. But they're just a few of the names that we have here today that are competing, and this is just a start. Like, this is round one. We have a whole season ahead of us, and we've already had 4 battles that have been very, very exciting. We'll have to see what happens with the rest of the top 32 as we will wait for everybody to just be ready. I believe the judges are in there just trying to get everybody ready to grid up, and they'll call their names down in their battles just so they can just bring everyone down in order. Makes it a lot easier in the long run. As you see, that send it for Seth sticker there on the end of the wall. Seth Miller lost him last year, unfortunately. It's awful sad. We keep that sticker there. And a lot of drivers actually running a send it for Seth sticker on all of their cars as well. So big shout out to them, and thank you for supporting that. I think we've actually fully reset the server here, possibly. Yeah, so I am hearing that there are some drivers having issues, so they are doing a full server reset. Sometimes between what we do is just load the first 8 drivers in, they'll leave, and then the second 8 drivers will come in without a server restart. But then when you get that, you do sometimes get some bugs, some glitches, so we end up having to do a reset anyway. Sometimes it cuts down on time, sometimes it doesn't. This is one of those times, unfortunately, where it didn't. We still have to do a reset, where you can see now we have everybody starting to line up on the grid before that tire warming area. As you can see, Brandon Carter to join the end of the queue there in that big luminous car, that E46, that Frontside Racing, sponsor of the series. Brandon Carter, our head of media here as well at SVDS, takes care of all of our after movies and does a lot of stuff with the media of SVDS. So a lot of the ads there would have been made by Blackout, who runs our streams as well. All comes under media. Brandon can get a lot of organising on that stuff as well. There we see Omar Bagdati in that R32 Skyline. Took a little bit of a missile approach with it, as we see his competitor Ernesto Jacubilus lining up beside him. Getting a nice view of that Dill Designs. You can see the bungee cords holding the boot down there. And it happens on the E46 as well. It does lift a bit, which is a nice little animation. I do like that. You can see the amount of detail that's gone into these cars is incredible. Look at that beautiful S14 there, Marc O'Rourke. We saw his teammate Ian Johnson there, unfortunately getting knocked out off top 32, but Marc O'Rourke wanting to do more now. He wants to push harder and get through that top 16. Was talking to him last night, and he's saying he's ready for go. He wants the championship. Has a new little one watching him now as well, which is lovely as well. Congratulations to Marc and his lady. And I am told that they are watching Marc drive this evening, so hopefully Marc does well this evening, because he'll want to be shown off to the new child. So we will get the guys ready. We'll start getting the first battle to warm tires. It is Andres Kleinbergs to take on Luis Trevino. Luis Trevino, that Asphalt Tattooist drift team driver. You guys would have seen a lot of their servers possibly up on Assetto Corsa. Big Discord server too, and team has been around for quite a while. You see two of the drivers there. That's the two MX-5s. That other driver would be Juan Horquez. Believe they're a Brazilian team. I'm not too sure. I would have to double check, which I can do because I do have a big list here. I'm struggling to find them in my list, as we do start to get tires warmed, I think. Yeah, well, there you go. You can see Rise, our main head judge for today, lining up on the line. We do have Tyre as well, one of our judges, and Ryan Parker, Mr. 360 himself, as our three judges today. Rise being our head judge. And just a correction there, I believe they are Spanish. Asphalt Tattoos Drift Team. ATDT. As we wait for everybody to just get in place, taking a little bit longer than the guys would have liked, but it is round one. A lot of these guys haven't not doing this in quite a long time. Maybe some brand new drivers here as well to the championship. We do run things slightly differently to other championships. As we do start to get people warming tires, that is Andres Kleinbergs, qualified fourth yesterday with a 92.7. He does take on Luis Trevino, who landed 29th with an 85.7. So a little bit of a gap here between these guys. Fourth to 20 or to 26th there, I think. As we get both guys on the line, we'll wait for the lights to go. Andres Kleinbergs to take on Luis Trevino. As we get the green light to send them down, coming through that start line chicane is Andres Kleinbergs, as they send it down along STRO M Wheels wall there. Look at the dive onto the door there, the MX-5. Luis Trevino not doing a half bad job there, getting up onto the door of the E46. Oh, and punts that E46, makes a massive dive and slams the door of the E46, knocks Andres offline. And he'll try to finish out this run here as close as possible, try and make up any ground that may have been lost from that mistake. That was a big mistake there. Now the judges might look back at that and say, well, Andres might have been going a bit too slow through that section. But we will see what happens. We still have half a battle to go here. As you get them both back to the line here, it'll be Luis Trevino to lead out Andres Kleinbergs. As we wait for Rise to give the indication to leave the line. We'll get one light, two light, three lights, and a green light. We'll send them down. Andres Kleinbergs to chase in Luis Trevino, as Louis initiates that MX-5 through along the wall here, gets out to outer zone 1, not too bad here as he comes through the center section, transitions back. Andres Kleinbergs right there, leaving a little bit of a gap there, thinks he might have a little bit of an advantage possibly as they pilot their way up the hill towards the office around outer zone 5, as Andres starts to reel in Louis Trevino here as they come across the line. Very interesting to see what'll happen here. Who will the judges deem at fault for that contact? We will have to see. The judges will have a look at replays, definitely, to make sure what happens. As you see, that RT Riga driver, Andres Kleinbergs, very, very nice livery, very recognizable livery now. These guys are popping up in lots of different championships. Racing Team Riga, as it is lovely looking livery. I'm a big fan of it. Looks very well on an E46. They have this type of livery on E36s as well. Looks very nice. As we do wait for the judges to still drop in their decision, having a little bit of deliberation about this as we look at Louis Trevino's car. 686 is the driver number. Asphalt Tattooist Drift Team there. The Spaniard of Louis Trevino. As we still wait for judges to drop in their scores, we will have to see what happens here. Not over till the fat lady sings, or, you know, till Rise says so. We are definitely getting some deliberation going here. Okay, so I am hearing they're trying to assign fault for the contact that was there. We will just wait and see, because obviously they do want to make the right call here. They will make sure they'll go in depth with who was on brakes, who wasn't on brakes. Was the dive just that little bit too aggressive from Louis? Was Andres on the brakes? That is all down to the judges. We will have to see what happens here. I'm not a judge. I'm just a guy who likes drifting, and I'm so glad I'm not a judge, because I don't think I could deem anybody at fault for anything like this, because it's a lot of responsibility. There can be a lot of backlash if you make the wrong call, and with the sim as well, replays are so easily accessible and you can get all the information yourself as well. But we are quite open in this championship also, as the drivers can go talk to the judges at the end of the round as well. But another thing that we have brought in for this year is we actually have a driver's marshal, a driver's steward, if you will, where the drivers can talk to him and he relays information directly to the drivers of why they lost the battle or what was going on, and he can actually speak up for the drivers if needed. And that's a nice little addition that we've brought in there. So Kyle taking on that position, as we do get some decision dropping in to the scoring system now. I believe we will wait and see what happens, as we do get a decision here, and it will be a one more time between these guys. So judges not able to split enough hairs there to lean it on to one side, so we'll get those guys back. They will reset to the pits. They'll just get new tires and they'll be allowed to just take a little bit second to breathe. They will go back and warm their tires again just to make sure that everything's tip-top shape. We will see what happens in the second time around for this battle. Let's just see what happens here, because Andres, very talented driver as well. Maybe talk to a spotter. These guys do have spotters as well. They can just have a quick look on a text and see, right, what went wrong, what went right. as we do see RT Riga supporting Andres there in the chat. Big shout out to them. How are you doing, guys? Hope you're having a very nice night. As we get both guys back on the line here, as we get lights illuminated, they'll get the green light. Andres Kleinbergs to leave the line here through the start line chicane, pedals that E46, lights the rear tires up in the back of the MX5 of Louis Trevino as they initiate through outer zone 1. Louis making a dive up onto the door of the E46. Now will there be contact as Louis Trevino shuts it down there in the center section, maybe just running a little bit out of wheel speed. Unfortunately, these cars with this data, you are able to actually stall these cars out. They can just bog down a little bit with the amount of power they have as they cross the line there. Very unfortunate there for Louis Trevino. As we'll move back to the line, we will swap these guys around. And it will be Louis Trevino to lead out Andres Kleinbergs as we start to get lights illuminating. As I think that was... Yeah, well, we have both drivers leaving the line here. Louis Trevino and entering in. Yeah, it's got to be a restart there. I think that was a false start. Louis saw the lights go out and just went, yeah, I'm good to go. Which is fair, in fairness. In some championships, that is actually how it works. The lights go out and then you go. But in this championship, you get the first top 3 lights and then you get that bottom green light, and that is when you send it down for the second half of the run. As we'll just rerun that start procedure. Both guys back on the line here now. Let's see what happens. As we wait for the lights to illuminate, Rise, our head judge, will activate them. As we get 1 light, 2 light, 3 light, green light, and now we can go. Louis Trevino to leave line through that start line chicane. Powers that little MX5, flicks hard up along STRO M Wheels wall. Andres Kleinbergs goes right to the door of the MX5, not leaving an inch here as he flicks back. Big size difference between these cars as Andres Kleinbergs just maybe a big gap forming there between both cars as Andres fires that E46 up, tries to reel in that MX5 but not doing a good job as they cross the line. Very interesting here. Judges gonna have to weigh this one up again, but there was that straighten in the first run in the lead, as we will see what happens here. Let's see that straighten. What happened in the back? Ooh, just maybe not leaving enough room. Not too sure. We'll see what the judges make of it. They will make their own decision, as I do see some scores dropping in there in the scoring sheet. We will see what the judges made of it. As you can see there, yeah, just not leaving enough room. Had to shut it down. Would have taken out Andres otherwise, but managed to get back up onto the door to E46 incredibly fast. It was a good section because it is a nice little slow section in that center track. If you're gonna lose a bit of ground, it's the best point to lose a bit of ground because you make it straight back up. As we do have a decision here, swipe it left for Andres Kleinbergs, right for Louis Trevino, and it is left for Andres Kleinbergs. Unanimously gets the win. As we will move it along to the next battle here, it will be Ryan Chitty versus Nikil Vadigar. As we wait for the guys to leave the line. As we get the green lights, we'll send them down. Nikil Vadigar to lead in. It's Ricky Stobbart versus Juan Horquez. Sorry, I'm reading the wrong battle here, as Ricky Stobbart did an incredible job here in the lead, as Juan Horquez right there, that Asphalt Tattoos Drift Team driver in the MX5, doing a very tidy job in the chase here. Look at the proximity. Fantastic here. As we get them to cross the line, we'll go back here just to see what happens in the second half of this run. There is another half. Ricky Stobbart, a very good, talented driver, been competing in a lot of championships recently. but he is now to chase. Did a very tidy lead run there, just has to do a very nice chase, but cannot forget Juan Horquez was a fantastic in the chase there, as we do send them down for the second time in this battle. Ricky Stobbart to initiate onto the door. The MX-5 reels him in nice and slowly through the initiation, gets right there as we come through the transition here. What's going to happen? Ricky does not lose an inch of ground there, as he does now as he comes up the hill, starts to pedal that car, that 180SX up onto the door. Maybe a little bit of a wobble and a waver there in the chase from him, unfortunately, as they'll go back for their decision. We'll get to look at the replays here, possibly. Yes, we do. So looking at that first run there, bit of a slight tentative entry there from Ricky in the lead. And as they work their way around here, you can see its proximity is fairly good, equal amounts here. But at this point here, that's where Juan just kind of gained a little bit of a gap, and Ricky had to cut a little bit of angle just to get back up onto the door. The MX-5 has that car very figured out. Juan Horquez, that MX-5, that NC MX-5, a very nice car, and Brandon Carter will be jumping for joy if an MX-5 wins here. Big fan of MX-5s. If any of you follow him on Instagram, you'll know he has had a couple. He does love them, but currently building one, drift car, NB, I believe, maybe an NC, I'm not too sure. I'm not up to date on my MX-5s, but very nice here from both drivers. Judges having a bit of deliberation here, just making sure that everything is going okay. We'll just make sure that there's no mistakes being made. They do tend to have a look in depth at everything on each run. They'll go through each particular section of track just to make sure that there was no little mistakes that they're noticing, or like you could notice. I remember talking to one of the judges before when I was competing, and they said, well, driver A was actually on the foot brake the whole way around the track, and that caused driver B, who was chasing, to kind of be wavering because he's trying to keep it slow enough to keep it behind them and not hit. So drifting is a non-contact sport, but if you want to rub your wheel against the door and not affect the lead line, that is allowed, but you're not allowed to kind of punt people off track. But if you're behind a car that's slower than you, that can be a bit of a hindrance, because it's not really what you want. You want to be kind of, if that car is the same pace as you, you can just match the pace and keep it nice and close. You just initiate close and keep it there for the rest of the run, and you can adjust then with angle to how much you can dive in and out. But judges really deliberating on this one. They'll have to really look in and see what's going on with this. So I do wonder, is there any information I can get? Okay, so I am hearing that they're checking the speed of one of the drivers coming up the hill and around towards the office, just to see they want to see, was there something there? But we will get decisions dropping in, I think, fairly soon. We just wait to see again. Judges they do have full-scale conversations about this, they really do, and they break it down very, very in-depth. As I think we do have a decision here. Sliding left for Ricky Stobbart, right for Juan Horquez, and Juan Horquez gets the win, moves on to the top 16. Unfortunately for Ricky Stobbart, will drop out of competition in top 32. Unfortunately for him, an incredible driver, and we will see him back for round 2 as we move it along to the next battle here. It will be Marc O'Rourke to take on Brandon Carter. Marc O'Rourke, that Team O'Neill driver. wanting to do incredibly well here this weekend. Brandon Carter joined me in the commentary booth yesterday, might be joining me this evening as well, just after his set of runs, as we wait for, I think we're missing our judge lights. I can't see them on there as we get, he's in the grass. He's over the far side. I see. So, Brandon Carter just disappearing slowly. His judge gonna go take a lap in the semaphore there, I think, Royce. As we get, I see Ian Johnson in the chat there cheering on his teammate Marc O'Rourke. Brandon Carter, known Marc O'Rourke for many, many years. Both these drivers have driven a lot together in the past, so both of these drivers know how they drive as well, so this will be an interesting battle to see. And also, these guys really liking these cars too, so let's see what happens here as we wait for the judges just to give the indication to leave the line. Just waiting now. Maybe judges just getting settled, making sure that everything is in tip-top shape and their cameras are all ready. As we do get a little bit of okay, so we do get lights, and Brandon Carter possibly getting a little bit of a jump there on the line, wanting to go door to door with Marc O'Rourke off the rip here as they initiate down STRO M Wheels wall. Brandon Carter descended onto the door of the S14, and Marc O'Rourke pushing him around that first section as he transitioned through the center section here. Look at the proximity from Brandon Carter, incredible stuff here, as Marc O'Rourke doing a very clean lead line here. Brandon doing a very nice chase line. And he drops a little bit towards that back wheel of the S14. Judges will be having a look at that to see what happened there. Did Marc shallow off the line a little bit, or did Brandon just fall a little bit too far back? As we will swap them around here, we'll get Brandon Carter to lead out Marc O'Rourke. We will get the start lights to go. There you go, green light. Marc O'Rourke getting a little bit of a jump here now. Knows he has to go close to Brandon Carter, as Marc known for some incredible leads and chases, but chases over the years he's had some very, very nice ones, as he does follow Brandon quite closely around that first outer zone. Makes a dive here now towards inner clip 4, and look at that, he's right on the front wheel of that E46 as he go around the office here. Look at the proximity here from Marc O'Rourke. It's so fluid, right on the door, not giving Brandon Carter an inch as he pushes him across the line, across the bank here. Very impressive stuff from both drivers. But Marc O'Rourke, look at the proximity there. Let's compare both the runs here, lead to lead, chase to chase. Both leads were quite intense there, very, very nice, as they both drivers fairly comfortable with this layout. But look at the chases here. This is really where the story's told. Look at the proximity from both drivers right there as they come up here, but right at the end of this run, I think it's just a lot smoother by Marc there, right on that front wheel of Brandon Carter as he pushes him around the end of that track. That didn't even make sense. You couldn't fit a sheet of paper between these guys at the end of that run. As we go back, and let's have a look at that. As look at the initiation here, Marc is a little bit further back than Brandon was in his chase. As we transition back here, this is really where it's quite equal right up to this point. Now, this is where Marc kind of just stayed that little bit closer around, but there's a little few wavers and wanders there from Marc as well throughout that run. We will see what the judges make of that there. I can see a few little scores dropping in there, but judges just making double sure. As you can see, this is the first run here. Brandon Carter chasing in Marc O'Rourke. As look at the transition, is inch perfect there from Brandon Carter, rubbing the door of Marc O'Rourke coming through outer's inner clip 4, and does a very tidy job throughout there. But that there just had to shallow off the angle there. Not really too sure what the judges, I think that's mainly what they'll be looking at, that little bit of that area where it's not really in online, I want to say. It's not really online, but it's also not really... Is it the angle that Alan... He just has to shallow it off to slow down, maybe. As we do get a decision here. Swiping left for Marc O'Rourke. Swiping right for Brandon Carter. As Marc O'Rourke gets the win. Heads on to the top 16. Does a few rings there to celebrate as Brandon Carter makes his way to the pits. And incredible driving from both guys. Brandon doing an incredible job as well, as he will be back definitely for round 2. We'll move it along to the next battle. It'll be Omar Bagdati to take on Ernesto Jacubilus. Omar to lead out first in that R32 Skyline, as we have Ernesto there ready to go. He will chase out now. As we wait for the judges to illuminate them start lights. Just waiting here now to make sure everything's right, and we do start to get the lights. Ernesto Jacubilus to chase in Omar Bagdati. As Omar leaves the line, starts to smoke up those rear wheels on the back of that R32 Skyline, and Ernesto Jacubilus right on the door there of Omar, not doing a bad job at all as we transition now. Starts to work that S13 up onto the door again, starts to push Omar around this track. Look at the proximity here from Ernesto Jacubilus, incredible stuff, as he's just keeping it right there, not pushing that too hard, but mimicking the lead of Omar Bagdati perfectly. Absolutely robotic chase there from Ernesto Jacubilus. As we go back to the line, we'll swap them around. Ernesto's to lead out now. Ernesto's not having a really good qualifying there yesterday, qualifying 21st. As we wait for the lights to go here, they are still illuminated from the start of the last run there, so they will turn off. And we will get the start sequence to start again and get the green light. Ernesto's to leave the start line chicane. Omar to follow quite closely here. He's going to want to go extremely close to have a chance to win this battle. Ernesto does an incredible job through that outer zone 1, transition out to outer zone 2 and 3. Very nice. Omar right there as he's dropping behind a little bit. That S13 incredibly fast, and Ernesto Jacubilus doing a very nice job to keep that car online. Omar makes a dive there halfway through the corner, gets onto the door of the S13 as they cross the line. We'll go back to the decision area. We'll have a quick look at the replays here. As you can see off the rip there, Ernesto's just that little bit closer on the initiation as we transition through the center section. Both guys quite close to the lead proximity wise in the chase, but coming up the hill here, Omar just that little bit behind. Ernesto's a lot closer in his chase to that lead of Omar's. Chase a few little splitting of hairs, but again, Ernesto's doing a very, very nice job in both the lead and the chase. Omar not doing a half bad though, but we'll have to see what the judges make of that as well. A little bit of a separation coming up towards the office there, coming up the hill. You can see there in that second run, Omar chasing in. We will see what happens though. The judges will make their decision. They'll go through everything, make sure that nothing is up. And judges still deliberating this one. So this is the last battle of this side of the bracket, so we will have a little bit of a break after this battle. Whether or not we'll go to a one more time here, I'm not too sure, because the judges seem to be having a lot of deliberation about this. Maybe they're seeing something we don't, but we'll have to figure that one out once the judges make their decision. We'll see, can we get some information on what they're actually trying to look at here, but yeah, so slight contact here apparently at the end of Omar's lead. So this is Ernesto's chase, very tight chase here. So having a look at it, this is very nice all the way around here, but it's really the end apparently we're having the judges look at. Just about here. Just there, I think, yeah. Just before the line. I think Omar might have just been on the line there and he's just tapped across it by Ernestus, but judges making sure that that is what happened and it didn't upset the lead line there. As we look back at Omar's chase here now, big flick entry from Ernestus. As we get Omar doing a close chase here, but see Ernestus piles on a decent amount of angle, and like I said earlier, the judge is looking for a lot of fluidity, a good arc, nice smooth arc around from 4 to 5 to 6, and there was a bit of contact there from Omar onto Ernestus, so maybe that's what the judges are looking at too. So apparently during the center section here as well, there's a bit of contact just there, apparently in the transition. So very hard to tell, but there was contact. So judges deliberating over that there also. We will see what happens here as we compare both runs yet again. Judges deliberating this one a lot, definitely wanting to get this one right because this really sets a standard for the rest of the season, because if you make a call one way and you give a reason that's why, that could be everything then as well, because drivers in the next round and the round after that can come around and say, well, this happened in round one and yada 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 in this battle and you called it that way for this one. And then the judges then have to make sure that, like, well, maybe that wasn't the right call, and they have to own up, and they definitely don't want to have to do that because they want to be sure the decision that it is the right call. As I do see one judge and two judges have made a decision there, just waiting on the last judge to slot in the result. Trying to be extremely fair here are the judges. I'm seeing there one of the comments saying they want to try and make the fairest call possible, and that is completely true. The judges are completely impartial here and they want to stay objective, so they need to be making these calls extremely fair and within the rule book, and there is a rule book there, and it's quite a long rule book actually, to be honest. I've read through it before, but it is there's a lot of content in there, a lot of fine print. So we will wait for the last judge. It is Rise to drop in the scores. We do get the score. Swiping left for Omar Bagdati and right for Ernesto Jacubilus. Ernesto Jacubilus getting the win, moving on to the top 16. Omar Bagdati, unfortunately, just missing out on that top 16 action after a long deliberation with the judges there. We will move it along to a server reset and we'll have a short break. Hope you can stay with us. See you after.
love myself. Would you feel better if I said that this time? love myself.
think as I have fixed my mic now, does that sound a little bit better?
Yes, it does.
Ah, there we go. I think I found a setting that has clicked on.
We have 0 mic audio on the stream.
Ah,
Completely.
so they couldn't even hear my mic cutting out anyway.
Yep.
And I believe we are back here, so
I think check 1 2 1 2.
there we go. As we can hear, everybody can hear us now. So we do have Ahmed Al-Hamadi versus Johannes Diop there. Brandon just gave us a quick breakdown there. Ahmed doing an incredible job in his lead and chase. Diop maybe having a few little bit of waivers in his chase, but his lead overall was quite nice. As we're just waiting for the judges to drop in their scores here. We do have one judge with their score dropped in so far. Other 2 judges just having another little bit of a deliberation as they watch the runs back, making sure they make the right decision.
I want to point out though, right here, look at Ahmed's chase, front wheel to front wheel. That could hurt him in this battle.
Yeah, absolutely. The judges do like that wheel to wing mirror rather than the wheel to wheel. We kind of go with the European style here, whereas in a lot of other places around the world, it's more front wheel to front wheel. The likes of Formula Drift tend to go with that. Front wheel to front wheel, that can cause its own issues, as we saw last round. Last Matt Field jumping on top of a car. So
getting an E46 getting mounted by a Corvette is not the thing you see every day.
In fairness, it does mean that you have to be a little bit more precise with how close you're getting to that front wheel, and the control of the car and your driver awareness has to be that much better. But our judges here going with the European style wheel to wing mirrors, that's what they like to see. But if we're looking at what they said in briefing, as we do get scores dropping in here, that smooth arc around 4 to 5 to 6, one continuous fluid motion is what the judges were really hitting on in briefing, as we do get a decision here. Swiping left for Ahmed Al-Hamadi and right for Johannes Diop. As we get the decision, it is Ahmed Al-Hamadi getting through to the top 16, and unfortunately Johannes Diop dropping out of competition here. I think this is his first time in SVDS, as far as I know.
From the looks of this.
Yes, Ahmed competing in DCGP this year as well. I know of him from there. But moving on to the next battle, it's Ryan Chitty to take on Nikil Vadigar, as Nikil chases in that E46. Look at the initiation here, a little bit of a gap, dropped wheels from both drivers. Nikil in the chase, dropping a little bit more as we come through the center section here at DND Alley. Will we see a little bit of a dive? We will. Oh, and a straighten there from Nikil in the chase, but right on the... Oh, and big contact there, sending Ryan Chitty up onto the bank, nearly hitting up through the office there. Not really what we want. Judges definitely looking at that after the second half of this battle, see who is at fault there, but that was a very scrappy run to begin with, both drivers dropping wheels. So
indeed, not the most fortunate situation there, but Nikil gonna have to make the most of this as Ryan comes back to the line in the chase position. E36 versus E46, so we're keeping it very classic 2 Driftland style as the lights go green. Here we go as they go around now down the main straight. Nikil in the lead. What can Ryan do as they initiate now in towards the first outside zone? Not looking too bad so far. No contact made as of yet as they come around to end out of clip 2, transitioning across to out of clip 3. Look at this from Ryan Chitty though, in the chase, pushing onto the door of the E46 as they come around now onto the office button mount on out of zone 5. Look at this proximity, just a little bit of a tap there as Nikil comes around into out of clip 6 and across the line. Not looking too bad there. Ryan definitely pushing a bit harder than he needed to, I'd say. We'll have to see as we go into the replays. We're just waiting on our judges to make a call. I've just been looking into the chat though, as you can, the English boys back. I was the head commentator for SVDS for a long time. Thank you very much. And but not a bad battle there. Just I think this is definitely going to be a lot more clear cut as we go. Look, as you can see here, just Nikil making that contact in his chase, which then forces Ryan Chitty to go into office bund. And I do think that is going to be a very clear-cut decision, but we'll have to see as the judges will be looking over that contact. Was there a reason for it? Could have it been Ryan maybe slowing it down a little bit too much there, doing something a bit strange that Nikil couldn't kind of counteract, but we'll have to see. as we come round into his chase. Look at this, though, from Ryan, really pushing in that E36. Nikil doing a good job, though, in the lead as they come around. Just a little tap there, nothing too crazy. It doesn't upset Nikil too much from the looks of this, but Ryan does have to pull back a tiny bit, so it is definitely going to be an interesting one. Obviously, there is the big mistake from Nikil in his chase, and I do think it's going to be very hard for him to come back from. And I think he has to. You can see the pace difference there. There was a little bit of contact on the uphill as well. So it's hard to say. But I can't see this going in the favour of Nikil, unfortunately. Personally, as someone who's just done some driving on this layout, we'll have to see.
Yeah, definitely. There was a bit of wavering there. You can see as we come through that center section on that first run, you can see Nikil goes to make a big dive, goes a little bit shallow, pushes wide there. But was there a little bit of a waver from the lead there before he got through the end of inner clip 4? I think that it's just the front started to wash that a little bit straight, but maybe that was from the contact. Could be a ping thing. But if you look here, when they do come into inner clip 4, Brandon, watch the front of the E36 here. It does start to kind of slow a lot, and I wonder, did that affect Nikil as we come up there? Because if you slow at the bottom of that corner, you're gonna have serious loss of pace coming up the hill.
Exactly, and the judges wanted you to take a certain arc, as if any of the drivers are in chat will know. So if you can see here, they are looking for a certain arc, and it looks like maybe I've just noticed, potentially, I don't know if that's just me, I might have seen a little bit of brake lights turn on there going up through into the inner clip. Maybe you just wanted to go a little bit deeper in. It might be me reaching a little bit, but we'll have to see what the judges say, because then we'll get a confirmation of what's happened.
Well, the judges definitely have all the information there, because they do have access to all the telemetry data as well. So they will see how much brake was applied and was it enough to slow the car. And did the other thing they'll look at, did Nikil make evasive action? Did he on time? Did he correctly try to adjust to, avoid contact? And if you're looking at that where your the driver in front of you does slow down heavily, you are going to try make some sort of corrective action. You're not going to just take them completely out on purpose. And you can see that he doesn't completely take him out on that inner clip 4. It's much later in the track, but maybe they'll treat it as 2 separate instances. Maybe
potentially there's another way to look at this as well. Nikil was getting gapped through D&D alley a little bit, and he was having to play a bit of catch up, so maybe he was taking too much of an inside line and had to shallow up his angle to catch up.
They do get a okay. Okay, so we are hearing that the fault is placed on Nikil Vadigar. For that did cause the contact at inner clip 4. It was his fault, deemed a fault there. So we are hearing that from our judges as they came through that section. So we'll get swipe left for Ryan Chitty, right for Nikil Vadigar, and Ryan Chitty will be moving through to the top 16. Nikil bowing out of competition there for this round. As we move it back to the line here now, we go to the line. It's Dario Ostrika to take on Lucinata. Lucinata, definitely one of the coolest S14s on track in my opinion. It is a gorgeous looking car, doing a great job of the CSP swaps there, taking full effect. He is. It looks very similar to my old S14. I really like it. As we have Dario Ostrika to lead out here for the first half of this battle. Dario is an incredible lead driver as he goes to flick that S13 up along STRO M Wheels wall. But look at Lucinata right there in the chase. Oh, and just straightens out, shuts it down a little bit as Dario Ostrika continues to run. Lucinata gets back up onto the door of the S13, tries to make the most out of what he can of this battle. We'll see what the judges make of that. They'll break that down. But Lucinata putting it on the door of the S13 here. Look at the proximity as they cross the line. Go back to it. We'll swap them around for the second half. As we just wait for them to get back, they'll have a quick look down at their phones. They might have spotters just giving them a quick text. As you can see, Darius just slows down that little bit in the burnout box. They do have to make it to the line in a certain amount of time. There's not really, you can't just hold it up and stall out for a little bit, but we do have both guys back to the line here. We'll get the judges to give the lights. Darius Ostrika looks like to be taking up quite the run up here as we get the lights. Darius Ostrika will start moving before that final light, and he does. Luis Zanata to lead in this time. Let's see what happens. Darius Ostrika initiating side by side right on the door of the S14 here. Look at this from Darius Ostrika pushing Luis Zanata around this track as we come through the transition point here. Bring it towards in a clip 4 up the hill. Look at the proximity from Darius Ostrika pushing Luis Zanata around the final outside section of this track, and across the line they come. Darius Ostrika doing an incredible job in the chase position.
Wow. That was just something. This is all Darius coming back onto form. If anyone's watched SVDS in the previous seasons, this is how he used to drive all the time. It seems like he's really brought himself back, but Luis Zanata, once again though, the underdog here, really pushing. From my fair share of, I've had my battles with Luis Zanata before in season 4, and he is not a slouch. He is not a slow driver. He is definitely come leaps and bounds as well between the off season. So they have definitely put a battle on, but there would look like there was a little bit of contact made on the initiation from Luis Zanata, which did cause him to pull back and check up. So it's definitely going to be an interesting one for the judges, because on the initiation it is dependent on what the lead car was doing also. So was Darius Ostrika descending too much? It's going to be an interesting one, but what a chase from Darius Ostrika there, and Luis Zanata putting on a phenomenal lead as well. Like the classic saying, if you can't have a good chase without a good lead. I almost said it the opposite way there. I almost messed it up, Kian. I don't know what I was doing, but it's almost like I've not commentated for nearly half a year, or nearly.
It's been since DMP.
It's been nearly.
I'm pretty
a year.
sure. Yeah, nearly a year. Well, no, it was what, August? September?
It feels like a year.
Feels like a year. But we will wait for the judges. Still having a bit of deliberation about this one. They will definitely look down towards that little bit of contact that was on initiation there. But again, they'll definitely take their time with the decisions this evening, making sure that everything is okay, as you would want the judges to do if you were battling. And Brandon, obviously they did take time just looking at your battle too. It's nerve-wracking as a driver as you're sitting there waiting to see what's gone on.
I mean, to be fair, me and Marc were kind of just sat there chilling. Like, we were just talking about the battle, and we kind of sat there, and I was like, yeah, I kind of knew that was going your way, to be honest, Marc. Like I said before, even the judges came in and told us, like, yeah, Marc, that's yours all day, every day. I knew where the mistakes were. So, to be fair, as drivers, once you get used to it and you've been in SVDS for a while, after every battle, generally, you do tend to just sit there and just waffle until someone comes in. So,
especially when you're battling somebody you've known for so long as well.
Exactly. There's a lot of camaraderie in these battles. So,
like, I mean, we've
one
been
thing that you don't get to see on the stream.
Well, we've been competing with Marc since season 1, really, haven't we? We've been around
even
for quite a while. Even earlier than that for you. I only met Marc in season 1 of SVDS, but
wow, yeah, I was with him in the earlier days of DCGP.
Yeah, me and Marc get on great. Like, I've met him quite a number of times in real life with Mondello and stuff like that. We've hung out a bunch, so
he is a character.
He is a character, and he has the new little one watching on as well. So. Watching on this evening, but going back to this battle in front of us here, we can't really pin down. We'll try to get some information to what the judges are actually looking at here in the battle, but there was a bit of contact there on initiation. You can see in that there from Luis Zanata, but maybe the judges just looking at that. Yeah, so that.
So it didn't look like that was actually contact. I think it was just me.
But it was this part there where Luis Zanata straightens out. They're just making sure that it was whether if it was a mistake or if it was an evasive action or what actually took place there and why that straightened happened. Judges definitely will be looking into that heavily. So we will see what happens here. Judges definitely taking their time though, and a lot of the time here you have to really split hairs and try get all the information possible, as we do start to get judges to drop in decisions here. I can see off the score sheet, but that's just one judge dropping in that score. We'll see another judge drop in another score here, and last judge as well. So we do get a decision, as we'll swipe him left for Dario Striker, swipe them right for Luis Anada. And yeah, Luis Anada getting the win there, taking out Dario Striker. That is a big upset very early on in the season. Dario Striker, definitely one of the favourites to finish incredibly high in this championship. And coming into this, you could have put your money on Darius to get very far on this round, but Luis Anada putting a stop to that there. As we move it along here to the next battle, it will be Kasparas Jusius versus Peter Nemeth. Peter Nemeth, a man returning driver, and let's be honest, probably one of the nicest guys on the grid. Hilarious guy. Definitely an incredible driver too. So we will see what's gonna go down in this battle as we get Peter Nemeth to the line there in that S13. You can see him warming up his tires in the back there. That beautiful 180SX, as we have Kasparas. They are both S13s. Kasparas in that lead lane there in that purple S13, as Peter Nemeth is in that gorgeous livery on that 180SX.
It is stunning. Absolutely stunning. And he's not a slow driver either. Oh, and I do believe we are potentially getting a judge in to explain what just happened in that last battle. I'm going to guess Darius Striker decelled too much, which caused the contact. We'll see what the judge says. Potentially, maybe. Oh no, never mind. They got camera shy, but as the lights go green, Peter Nemeth is now going to be chasing in Kasparas in that 180SX. As I try to get the view of the wall there, not a bad initiation from the looks of this though. Peter Nemeth right down the door of Kasparas in that 180SX as they transition across to outer clip 3, looking very nice there. Good proximity from Peter Nemeth, very quick driver, as I was seeing in the practice servers. He is not slow whatsoever, and this has proven it. Is right there pushing him around towards outer zone 6. Look at that from Peter Nemeth, absolutely textbook chasing, and Kasparas has definitely got quite a bit of work ahead of him in going into the second half of the battle. Unfortunately, we didn't quite see the first part of that battle that well, but hopefully we'll be able to get a good overview of this initiation going into the second half, Kean.
Yeah, absolutely. Peter Nemeth, a man who's kind of known for having some interesting ways. Sometimes he's very good at leads, sometimes he's incredible at chases, sometimes he's incredible at both, as we'll see what happens here. As look at this from Kasparas right on the back quarter panel of that 180SX on entry as we come through the center section here. Peter Nemeth not putting a foot wrong so far, inch perfect around here as he starts to complete that nice smooth arc from 4 to 5 to 6, and Kasparas right there on the door of the 180SX, pushing up, trying to reel him in slowly, but they will go back to the decision area for their decision as we wait for the judges to drop in them scores. We'll have a look back at the replays here, and you can see on entry there, just at the, we didn't see the entry on the first run, but we did see the entry on the second. Quite a close battle here by the looks of things. A little bit of separation here and there, mistakes from both drivers in both runs, but we'll have to see what happens, and it's all down to the judges really. Sometimes the line there on initiation was extremely weird, I think, from Kasparas. Not too sure how you'd feel about that statement, Brandon, but you can see the angle is kind of weird through that section. He's maybe a bit shallow on the line also.
Yeah, I mean, I can't disagree with you in that sense. It's hard to really say. Kasparas definitely had a better sense of angle matching throughout the run. That is definitely one thing I've got to give him to. Peter Nemeth being definitely a fast driver, but sometimes fast isn't always smooth. So we'll have to see which way it goes. As you can see there, in his chase, just not quite doing a good job here. But then you can see his angle is a little. Actually, no, he was doing a little. Honestly, it's hard to say. These runs go really quickly. Honestly, it's a hard one. I'd definitely say Peter had more consistency in his proximity, to say the least. So I think it might go down to how many, if there was any, how many tire drops there would be between the two of them. I think it's going to go down lead to lead, but then you can see the gap there in the lead going up the hill between Peter and Kasparas. So that could be a big factor going into this. We'll have to see.
Yeah, we'll have to see what the judges make of this. Still having a bit of deliberation here as we just wait for the judges to have another little bit of a... Yeah, so we are waiting for the judges to drop in scores here. They are having a lot of talk about this, and they do have another thing in this round. Like I mentioned at the start of the stream, they have the judge marshal there, Kyle, who is going between the drivers and the judge. He's the direct person for contact the drivers. So if the drivers want to ask the judges something on how a decision is made, and they go direct to Kyle, and he will be the man who will give them little notes from the judges. After the round, though, if you want to have a full-scale conversation with the judges about your battles, you can obviously do that, as we do start to get a score from one of our judges into the scoring sheet here. As I can see, I'm just waiting for the other two judges to drop them in.
This is definitely going to be an interesting one.
Look at that 180SX. It is so nice. It is gorgeous. It is perfect. Yeah, did he make that himself?
I'm not too sure, but either
I would love. I want the name. I want the name, the livery designer. As we do start to get a decision here. Swipe him left for Peter Nemeth, right for Kasparas Jussius.
Oh.
As we just waited for that, and Kasparas Jussius moving on to the top 16. Peter Nemeth dropping out of competition in the top 32 here. Unfortunately for him, we'll see him back for the next round. So, interesting call from the judges there. We'll have to see how they came to that conclusion. Would love to know what they're thinking in that situation there, but I believe we're gonna get a server reset here. We are between groups, so it's not really a server reset. The judges kind of just tell everybody leave the game, and then the next group just join the server, and that is usually how we go. So here's how you're looking for your first 4 or 3 quarters of the top 32. So looking at the top 16, we've Emilis Velica versus James Estrella, Cameron Mustard versus Carlos Bazinskas, Andres Kleinbergs versus Juan Horquez, Marc O'Rourke versus Ernestus Jacubilus. Oh my god, that is going to be an animal of a battle. That's definitely has to go one more time, or it's going to end in carnage. One or the other. That is going to be an incredible battle. He's a fellow countryman and he's a friend of mine. I'm going to be rooting for Marc.
So I've got to.
Yeah, but you cannot turn down Ernestus Jacubilus.
Oh no,
that man is insane on the sim. This dude knows what he is doing. Jacu, he is a champion in multiple championships.
I'm sorry, I have a bone to pick with that. I do not like that nickname. I don't know why. It's just like I hear Tiny's voice every time I hear that.
Well, Tiny gave him the nickname, that's why.
I know, but it's just I don't know. It just doesn't sit with me. It doesn't sit with me. I don't know. It's just a personal thing.
I've been commentating with Tiny too, man. Give me a break. Shout out to Tiny, an incredible commentator. Love commentating with him in DCGP. Did a round of VDM with him last year too. Looking to the other side of the top 16 bracket though, Ahmed Al-Hamadi versus Ryan Chitty. That'll be an interesting one too. Lewis Anada versus Kasparas Jussius. Moving on to our next group in this top 32 though, we have Martinez Ostrojka versus Chase Cronin, Donique Joseph versus Ahmed Al-Sabaga. And then we have Nico Stella versus Caden James. I'm interested to see how that battle goes. I know Caden extremely well, but Nico Stella, unbelievable driver too. And then we have the young gun, Noah McGlade versus Ernesto Podolskis. And Noah McGlade coming on leaps and bounds since the last season. I saw on his Instagram story there earlier on, he's like, this is my first battles briefing for SVDS this evening. And something kind of made me go, oh, that's brilliant. I love it. And I'm gonna be honest, this kid has such a bright future in the sim and possibly in real life too. This definitely a big talent, a name to watch for the future. As we go back into the server, you can see everybody starting to load in to the server and grid up in their battles.
Yeah, this has got some heavy hitters in this as well. Obviously, going back to Noah McGlade, I was speaking to his mother earlier over DMs, and she is absolutely over the moon with how he's been doing, and the whole family is backing him, watching him, supporting him. So it's really good to see. And big shout out to everyone in the family. Hope you're all good. Hope you're having fun. It's going to be a very interesting one. Look at that. Look at the new. These are the I can't do English today, Kian. The new STRO M DS F55s, I do believe. That are going to be released.
It's looking wheel very aggressive.
Oh yeah, they're going to be released next month, I do believe. And obviously, big thanks to our title sponsor, STRO M Wheels, for coming on board once again for the Street Series. So keep an eye out on the STRO M Wheels website, and these will be getting released within the next month or two, from what I remember. They are also available virtually through the CDT pack that is on their website in the virtual side as well. So if you want to put these on your car in the sim, they're also available, as well as all of the other STROMs that are on the cars in the Street Pack. As you can see, they've got some DS15s, DS F45s, we've got DS 05s, you name it, we got them. They are incredible wheels, and I'm so sad they do not fit an MX5 stud pad. Please, STROM, just for me, please support.
You know you can get hub adapters, right? You know they exist.
But the problem is MX5s don't like this. The biggest I could go is like a 17-inch, and even then that's stretching it a bit, because it's only a small chassis and the tubs are only so big, so I can only fit certain wheels, you know. I can't
make
fit
bigger tubs.
No, because there's not much there to work with in the first place.
You can always make the stance wider.
That is true. That is very true.
Giving Brandon ideas.
Hey, it's gonna look so weird. It's gonna be the most stubby little car, but it's gonna be like it's gonna be like a 5'2" man that goes to the gym every day and he's absolutely shredded. You know, it's gonna look like that. Biggest shoulders in the world, but no height.
As we look on the grid here, Brandon, we can see Caden James there, that Wild Monkeys driver, my teammate, in that beautiful S14. Love the livery on that, versus Nico Stella there, that Heinze driver in that E92. Ready to do battle.
He is going to have the time of his life, and practicing with Nico a lot. It's not going to be an easy one. Not going to be an easy one whatsoever. Nico is out for blood in everything he does at the moment. It's quite brutal. So let's see if we can have the underdog Caden James taken down. As you can see there, I do believe that is Donit Joseph actually in his car this time, rather than his teammate showing the same.
I believe it is, yes. Looking to the battle tree, yes, it is Donit Joseph in that car. I believe Joseph, his teammate, not getting through, unfortunately. I think just missing out on top 32 action yesterday, with qualifying just underneath. As we wait for everybody to be ready, we'll get the first battle to warm their tires. It will be Martinez Ostrika to take on Chase Cronin for our first battle.
Really interesting.
Yes, definitely.
Are notorious for their aggressive driving, so this will be fun to watch, to say the least. Yeah,
Martinez Ostrika, a man who's definitely been on the scene again for a number of years, a number of seasons, and he's one of those drivers that he obviously practiced with Ernesto Jacubilus, Dario Ostrika, and Emilis Velica, and that whole RTW team quite a bit, and they're all in the highest of competitions, and they compete nearly every week, as far as I know, in different competitions, and they really do a lot of driving on the sim. They're very hard men to beat. They're very hard to beat, and these guys, their leads are so pinpoint accurate, but their chases, then how they can slow a car down within an instant is unbelievable. They're very, very good at just pinpoint accurate stuff. They're very, very good at it.
Yeah, you can't really put a foot wrong on them. But the question is, will they be able? Will that change to do it? Kian, today is not my day. Will that change today? That is the question. Honestly, I'm so tired after today. Someone mentioned about me shouldn't have gone to Alton Towers. No, I will go to Alton Towers today. I deserved it. I qualified. That's my treat. That didn't change the state of my battle. Thank you very much. That is my bone to pick with you.
Going back on that conversation with hard men to knock out, we did see Dario Striker get knocked out by Lewis Sonata just there too.
Yes, indeed.
So that's a big upset. So maybe, who knows, we could see Chase Cronin upset and here again, taking out maybe the other Ostriker, taking out Martinez.
You never know.
Will just have to see.
Anything is possible. This is drifting. It is unpredictable. Anything can happen in competition. If it could be PC issues, it could happen at any moment to anyone's computer. And I feel sorry if it's a RAM problem, because you are forking out some monies for that RAM. I would not like to be on the receiving end of that. No, thank you. Especially if you're doing a full motherboard change.
Oh yeah.
It's a lot of money, especially with GPUs. Oh my god, have you seen the prices of GPUs now? It is nuts.
Never mind the GPUs. I can afford a stick of RAM.
Yeah, I know. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I'm just glad I kind of got some new stuff in the past year.
See, I overbuilt my PC originally. I just went all out. I was like, I won't have to upgrade this for a while.
I wish I had. The only thing I really need to upgrade now is my CPU and my PC tower, to be honest, because an old Ryzen 5, still going somehow. Does
the trick, but guys who have incredible setups, Martinez Ostriker, and he is coming up against Chase Cronin in that E46, Martinez in that PS13. All the RTW guys are running. We wait for Rise to give the go-ahead here with the start lights.
I was doing some practice with Chase, so this is definitely going to be interesting.
As they leave the line here, Martinez Ostriker to lead out first. Chase Cronin to go very close on initiation. Look at this from Chase Cronin. Unbelievable stuff here as he goes right to the door of the PS13 of Martinez Ostriker, coming through the center section here, makes another dive down onto the PS13. A little bit of a waver there, maybe just to avoid a bit of contact. Oh my god, look at the proximity from Chase Cronin onto Martinez Ostriker. Incredible stuff here from Chase Cronin in that E46. Brandon, that was incredible.
That was something. He was definitely putting the pressure on. He was like, yeah, I know the Ostriker name, but that don't mean nothing to me. You're getting doored. So, and he definitely did that very well. So we'll have to see what happens as Martinez goes into the chase position, but I have a feeling this is where it's truly going to get spicy. If he's got a spy, he's going to be telling him, look, you have to push him around the track. As the lights go green, Chase in the lead, funnily enough. It's quite ironic in a sense, but Martinez now in the chase, coming around in that PS13. Nice initiation there in that E46, but Martinez right there with Chase in the lead position as they come around in transition to our clip 3. Not looking too bad, but Martinez losing a bit of ground there in the transition, but manages to get the dive, pushing up into the door of that E46 as they come around out of zone 5. Looking really good here as they come across the line from our clip 6. Not looking too bad, but I'd definitely say Martinez didn't have as much impact as Chase did in his chase.
Let's just see here now. Let's compare the two runs side by side. So looking at initiation, Chase was that incredibly close on initiation, but Martinez, if you look through the proximity here, it was very consistent throughout the whole run. And it's something that's common with all these RTW guys. Their consistency through the chase of proximity is always pinpoint. It's never really jumping in and out. It's always nice and smooth. But if you look at Chase's chase here, That was very,
Trust
very
me.
clean there, as we do
It's
get a
so
decision in here, and it's Martinez Ostrika moving on to the top 16 there. Very quick decision, quicker than we've seen all night. I think the guys there in the judging booth are saying, okay, maybe we'll just start speeding this up a little bit, move it on to the next battle.
Right, Rise woke up. That's what it is. Rise woke
Yes.
up. He's
I
no
think he got an
longer
energy
half
drink into him.
Yeah, he's had about 5. I think he's now finally hit his 6th monster, and that's finally got to the point where he's like, right, the Aussie lemonade is hitting. Yeah, that for anyone who doesn't know, that is head judge's favourite flavour of monster. That is the only one he really drinks is Aussie lemonade, and he is a freak for it, and I'll always call him out on it because it is the worst flavour.
Well, drivers, you know how to bribe Rise now. As we go back to the line, it's Danique Joseph versus Ahmed Al-Sabaga here.
He's in the chat saying, no, I need one though. Yes, you do.
Danique Joseph here now to lead in first. As he gets the green light, he'll leave the line through the start line chicane, as we get Ahmed Al-Sabaga to chase in here as he goes right to the door, the S14 here. Ahmed not doing a bad job here on initiations. We come through the transition. Perfect transition. Look at that. He transitions right onto the door. The S15 working their way up the hill now. Ahmed not wavering even an inch away from that S14. Nice and consistent proximity throughout the run. But the lead was very, very good as well from Danique Joseph. Danique, a very clinical driver. Likes to be nice, smooth, but really inch perfect on his line. He's very particular about those kind of things. Does do a lot of circle racing as well, but maybe that's a little bit of that coming in. Likes to be on a certain line all the time because it's the best way around the track, and he practices repetitively, spends a lot of time on the sim, whether it is in grip racing or drifting. We will see the second half of this run though. Ahmed to leave the line as we come through the start line chicane, work our way down towards STRO M Wheels wall, and Danique Joseph right there on initiation. Look at this from the S14 right there. Oh, as he drops back a little bit, stalls up just to get through outer zone 2, but gets right back on the door here through 3 and 4 after that transition, working their way up the hill towards the office here. Look at the proximity from Danique Joseph pushing the 180SX across the line. Unbelievable stuff.
What a battle. That was just, honestly, you can't really fault him. Danique, once again, he is just an incredible chase driver, Danique. When he has to put a performance on, he will put a performance on. God, I am tongue twisting myself so much today. I can't even, honestly. But look at this between the two of them, the side by side. I definitely say Ahmed does have the better, it's hard to say, he has the better line through the inner clip, but then again, they're very similar coming through both. I don't want to be a judge in this one. No chance.
Yeah,
like, even
no,
as a
I wouldn't want.
I'm struggling.
Well, looking at our scoring sheet, we already have a judge with a decision in there, and we'll leave that for now. We won't have a look at that and say what direction they've gone. I'm quite interested to hear why, but it is very interesting to see this live data coming through. But comparing the two runs, the chases were both, the impact both of them had was incredible. You just couldn't take your eyes off the chase position. But as you're watching that chase driver, you're seeing the lead driver doing an incredible lead run as well. Both guys doing inch perfect lead runs, hitting A lines the full way through every clip, and then that arc, both so smooth from 4, 5 and 6 the full way up the hill, around and back. As they work back down the hill, it's somewhere where drivers can have a little bit of an issue as they try to angle up and not run wide there through outer zone 6, because if you drop wheels onto even the little bit of concrete there, that is considered a wheel drop. You don't want to put a wheel over there, but just haven't letting the judges deliberate about this one. Just make sure they're making the right call here. They made a very quick decision, and now they're going to take their time with the next one. As we just waiting now to see what happens here.
Eric, you'll never get me to have Aussie lemonade.
Yeah, so just that little bit there where Danique had that little bit of an issue, did a bit of a stall up there, straightened up just to maybe just a bit of unsettling of the car. but we do have a decision there in the so it's swipe it left for Danique Joseph, right for Ahmed Al-Sabaga.
Very interesting. That is a very good point, though, that we did not see that. Goes to show how fast everything happens.
Yeah, and Rise, Parker, and Tyre go for Ahmed Al-Sabaga, getting the win there, knocking out Danique Joseph from the top 32. Moving on to the top 16 is Ahmed. Congratulations to him, as Danique Joseph will see him back for the next round. So we move it along to our next battle here. It's a big one. It's Nico Stella to take on Caden James. I'm extremely excited to see how this goes. Both of these guys are some of the most aggressive drivers I've ever come into contact with. Caden is not afraid to make contact with a lead driver, and Nico Stella isn't afraid to do it either. Both of these guys in the chase position are dangerous. They do not mind going close. It's no sweat, it's no stress to these guys. As we get Nico Stella to lead out first, Caden James will be chasing in that Wild Monkeys driver there. You see him warming up his tires. Caden will definitely want to go wheel to wheel here as we get both guys to the line, ready to go.
How wide the E92 is in this
Yes,
map.
this is the thing. It's a massive car. It is huge. Takes up half the track as we wait for Rise to give the go-ahead, get them lights illuminated. We just likes to take his time, make sure all the judges are ready, both drivers are okay. He does jump in from time to time and say, both drivers ready? Yeah, let's go. He'll jump back into his own chat then with the judges and
A lot of the time,
go.
the problem is the drivers, though, as well. Sometimes we us sim drifters, we don't know how to be coordinated sometimes. So Rise has to keep us in check. We're terrible.
Absolutely. But this is the thing. SVDS, the whole organization of the championship, it's so pinpoint. Like, everything has to be perfect. And to put on a championship this size, realistically, you need it. It has to be done. As we do get the green lights going, Nico Stella to lead out Caden James here, that Heinze driver in the E92, Wild Monkeys driver in the S14. Oh, and contact right off the rip. Caden James aggressive in that chase position, maybe just pushing Nico Stella that little bit wide as we come through the center section here. Caden James right to the door. Look at the transition and the dive up from the Wild Monkeys driver. Incredible stuff here from Caden James as he's pushing the E92 the full way around the outside zone of the track, and across the line they go. Caden James take a bow. What a chase run.
We love a bit of crashy bashy in the chase from Caden. Go
well,
on,
that's
lad.
the thing. That initiation, he made some big contact there. Nico Stella doing an incredible job to keep it online, and only dropping about half a tire there did kick up some dust as we swap them around now. Caden James to lead out Nico Stella as we get the green light to go. Rise gives them the go ahead. Caden James through that start line chicane in that S14 as he lights up the rear tires on that car. Nico Stella goes right to the door straight away. Around outer zone 1 they go. Starts to push down through the center section of DND Alley here. Nico Stella right on the door of the S14 as Caden James works it right the way up, pedaling that E92 is Nico Stella, that Heinze purple E92. Not
Oh my god.
maybe dropping off a little bit. Caden James with that a little bit more proximity in his chase maybe, but we will have to see. It's all down to that little bit of contact out on the first run. Let's have a look back at it, Brandon.
Wow. I mean, Nico's a very aggressive driver in the chase. So Caden putting, see, that is a big point there, is that contact. We'll have to see what the judges see as they have all of the data, but Caden, wow, this was probably the most aggressive chasing I've seen Caden do in the entirety of SVDS so far, and I do believe he has a handbrake problem as well. I don't know if he's had that fixed.
Caden always has a handbrake problem. There's always something wrong with his sim, but he refuses to upgrade. But something that was just pointed out to us there from our behind the scenes staff there, that Nico Stella possibly hit the wall there on entry. So just have a look back at this here as he flicks. Was there contact with the wall which caused Caden James to hit Nico Stella? The judges will definitely be having a look at that, but we are starting to get stuff into the scoring sheet. We will have to see what happens.
I mean, Nico, incredible driver. We'll have to see what the judges think. I mean, his chase was also just wow. You can't fault Nico there in his chase whatsoever, as you can see on the right side of the screen. Do we have a decision?
We do indeed.
Ooh.
We have a decision dropping in here.
We'll
In the scoring sheets, we'll just wait for the graphic to pop up.
Look at that. Look at that. Like, look at those two. Just really
Fantastic
just
stuff
pushing
here.
each other around. Nico definitely saw the aggression that Caden had and said, right, okay, bet. It's like, right.
Absolutely. And I think
You're throwing hands, I'm throwing hands. Let's go.
I think, are we getting a judge into the call? Is what I'm hearing? Possibly.
Oh, and Caden putting in the chat that he didn't touch him. It was a bit of a weird one, so we'll have to see what's going on. As you can see there, our sponsors on the bottom of the screen flashing through.
Caden James pulling an oh hi Marc, I did not hit him. I did not hit him. That's gonna be a meme later, guarantee it. Someone's making that already and putting it in the chat.
Yep, I'm gonna make a soundboard just for Caden in my own server. Just for him.
Yep. I'm an admin in the Wild Monkey server. I'll let you play that in there.
Yes, we love it. I'll have it as my entry sound.
As we just trying to hear what our back of house staff is saying here. We have a judge joining us here now. So Tyre joining us here. Tyre, can you tell us what happened in that battle?
So it mainly came to the initiation in Caden's chase and Nico's lead. We saw contact before at the initiation. He did not hit the wall. It was contact before the wall. And
okay, and that's what
Caden's
caused
car
Nico.
hit Nico's, and it impeded his initiation a little bit, and Nico had to correct.
Okay, and that's what drove Nico wide there at the edge of outer zone 1 then as well, is it?
Yes.
Okay, so there you have it, folks. That is one of our judges jumping in there to give you the decision. So it will be Nico Stella to get the win on that battle there as we'll move it along to our next battle. It's our final battle of this group. It'll be, it's our final battle of our top 32. It's Noah McGlade to take on Ernesto Podolskis, the young gun Noah McGlade from Carbon Drift Team in that gorgeous 180SX. Let's see what happens here as we get both of the guys to the line. Noah McGlade in that 180SX, and we have Ernesto in that PS13. Lovely body kit on that.
Oh yeah.
Given to us from Dill 3D Designs there. As we get the lights to illuminate, Noah McGlade to lead out first. Let's see what happens here in our last battle of the top 32. Noah McGlade flicks that 180SX nice and early, gets onto the wall there, brings it nice and wide around outer zone 1. Ernestus right there on the door of the RPS 13 as we transition back here through the center section up the hill here. Ernestus doing a very tidy job pushing up onto the door of the 180SX. Look at the proximity here. Very nice here from Ernestus Podolskis. As we finish out the run, we'll go back to the line. We'll swap them around. Noah McGlade to chase in now. We will see. Noah really has been improving both his leads and chases, so even getting into battle action, this is his first battle of SVDS ever, so let's see how this goes.
Look at the lead that he did. That was phenomenal.
It was inch perfect. That would have qualified very high yesterday.
Yep, that was definitely something. As the lights go green, Noah McGlade really putting on a good performance this weekend so far, as he follows in Ernestas in that RPS 13. Lovely stuff there. Nice initiation between the two of them. He has to make the dive, but he makes sure he is settled before he does the dive. Lovely stuff from Noah there in the chase as he comes around now. Look at the proximity from Noah McGlade as he comes around up the hill following Ernestas. Ernestas doing a great job in the lead so far as well, as he gets onto the door, starting to push him around. Does lose a little bit of ground, but he's there right with Ernestas as he comes across the line. Noah McGlade, hats off, take a bow. Wow, what a performance between both of these drivers. That was really textbook between the two of them. Nice, clean battle, Kian.
Yeah, Noah McGlade's driving coming on leaps and bounds. Every time I see him drive, I kind of go, whoa, my God, that is incredible stuff from him. And it's very nice to see the progression that he has had over the last year. And looking at this battle here now, he didn't do a very bad job in any sense of the word. Look at the chase was perfect as well, keeping up the proximity nice and consistent, not really making a huge jump here and there or dropping back huge either. It was very kind of slow back and forth there to keep the proximity nice and smooth. His lead run was incredible, but we can't ignore Ernesto in this either. His chase was very, very technical, and his lead again was inch perfect also. So this will be very interesting to see what the judges do here. They're going to have to split a couple of hairs to see what they're going to do with this, how they're going to weigh it up.
I do think the main place where all of the mistakes in this battle were made was in Ernesto's lead. As you can see, Noah does get a little bit deep there and loses a bit of ground, but manages to make it work. But as he comes around into inner clip 4, Ernesto is very shallow through there. So they both make a little bit of a mistake. So I think it's going to come down to that and what weighs more. And I do think that Noah does have better angle matching, though, in his chase overall in this battle. So it could push towards Noah, but then again, once again, we're not judges. We don't have all the angles. We do not have all the data. It's about what we see and what we think could go each way, as we have another look here at Noah's lead as they initiate in. I mean, just look at this. Just wow.
The thing about Noah as well, with his chase, it's mimicking the lead driver is really what the judges are looking for, and how well you mimic that lead driver. And you can see there, just coming through that inner clip 4, Ernesto was a little bit late to the party there, getting onto angle and getting back up onto the door of Noah's 180SX. So that could also play in a factor. There's so many things here, but let's have a look at the chase here from Noah McGlade as he initiate in. Very nice safe initiation, but it's safe, but it's perfect in a way where it's mimicking the angle. He is definitely within proximity. I would definitely say that's 100% in the pocket there. And look at here, when he starts to push up onto the door of the S13 of Ernesto, it's perfect, and he keeps that proximity coming in and out very smoothly. He is in control the full time there, and I'm really thinking that this could go either way here. As we do start to see stuff dropping into the scorecard here from the judges, we'll see what happens. As
the main thing I would say when it comes to a safe initiation in the chase, we
do have a decision here, Brandon, and it is going to be a one more time. So Noah McGlade and Ernesto Podolskis going one more time, so they'll go back to the pits, get new tires, and we will go one more time for the final battle of our top 32 here.
Yes. The main reason I said his chase was safe on the initiation is it was a calculated initiation where he was trying to see where Ernesto would be as they were starting to approach outer zone 1. He was trying to figure out where he needed to be, as sometimes it's a risk initiating right on the door, as sometimes that can lead to contact. So very, very calculated driving from Noah there in the chase. So if anyone thought that I meant that as in him being a bit too hesitant, no, it's the complete opposite. It is calculated.
Get them back to the line here. Noah McGlade to lead in yet again for the second time around. Let's see what the judges break this one down. They are going to have to split hairs again here, I think, and the drivers would have been talking to spotters there, maybe a few friends just texting them, say, here, look, keep your head, this is going to be a good battle. You can definitely trust each other's leads, and look, both of you are going to go close in the chase as we get the green light to send them down the start line chicane again. So Noah McGlade to lead in Ernesto here as Noah lights up them tires nice and early again, flicks it in towards STRO M Wheels wall around that outer zone here. Ernesto right there as Noah McGlade doing a very inch perfect, painting the white line black in his lead there, but Ernesto's right there, and again just watches a little bit wide. Noah McGlade pulling a little bit of a gap there as Ernesto reels him back in, gets right back on the door into the pocket of that 180SX as they cross the line here. That was very, very nice run from Noah there in the lead, but Ernesto not giving Noah an inch at all there.
No, definitely not. Yeah, and I can definitely see Ernesto is starting to realise the pace of Noah as he has to scramble in some points and does have to adjust.
I think I saw Ernesto's dropping angle there to catch up with Noah here and there in certain sections, and Noah knows that. He will know there's going to be people in the background telling him, look, you got this. You just have to do an incredible chase run here. And Noah is well capable of that as we get them to leave the line. Ernestus to lead out. Noah McGlade here as we flick in. Noah taking that entry nice and serious and onto the door, the S13. Incredible stuff here as we come through the transition. Noah right on the back bumper gets up onto the door, the S13. What a transition and a dive from Noah as we push along here. Ernestus maybe dropping a little bit shallow on the line here. Noah starts to reel him in nice and slowly, stays on the door, the S13, and across the line they go. Incredible stuff here from Noah McLean in the chase position. Fantastic.
That is something. I have no words. I mean, that was just a great battle from start to finish between the both of them.
I had an AirPod drop out of my ear.
You were putting that much into it. I mean, that transition going in from 3 to 4 was 2 to 3 from Noah was just wow. That was pure aggression, and he is definitely hungry to get through into the top 16. As you can see, the side by side there as he come around into the initiation. Two very different initiation styles. And that's just getting right on the door before the line even comes around, but Noah trying to find where Ernestus is going to go before he makes the dive. So they're two very different styles of initiation, but they both did it very well. And then the rest
I want to point out the dive here from Noah McGlade onto Ernestus coming into inner clip 4. If you watch the chase run here, it is incredible the way they come through out of zone 2. There's a little bit of gap. Noah times it perfectly. Bang! Straight onto the front fender of the S13. But you can see there, Ernestus kind of pulls a little bit inward on the track, and that kind of pulls a little bit of a gap to Noah, but Noah deals with it very well, corrects perfectly, and gets back up onto the pocket of the S13. I am so impressed with both of these guys right now, and the driving standard here for the last battle of top 32. You couldn't ask for a better battle. A battle that's gone one more time with two, let's be honest, splitting hairs here to weigh it up. You have to be splitting atoms at this stage to split these two. And I want to point this out as well. Both the leads and the chases from both drivers, these two runs were very similar to the first battle we had here. So we'll see what happens here. It'll be very interesting to see what the judges weigh this up as, and we're still waiting them to drop in their scores here for that. As this is the last top 32 battle, we will be moving on to the top 16, and from there, before that, we'll have a short little break as we start to get scores dropping in from one of our judges there. Just wait for our other two judges to drop in them scores. We will have to see what happens as we do get a second judge to drop in a score. We will wait to find out. It'll be very interesting to see how they weigh this up.
So this would be... Oh, this could potentially be Noah versus Nico.
It could be Ernestus versus Nico, obviously, as well, but we will have to figure that out. Nico will find out his competitor here, swiping left for Noah McGlade, right for Ernestus Podolskis. Rise goes for Noah, Parker goes for Noah, and Tyre goes for Noah. Noah McGlade makes it in to the top 16 in his first ever SVDS battles. He moves through the top 32, knocking out Ernestus Podolskis, and he will be delighted with that result. Does a burnout there to celebrate as he moves his way through. We will go to a very short ad break, and we will be back with you for top 16 just after this.
like I love myself. Would you feel better if I said that this time? love myself. love myself.
Hello and welcome back to SVDS Street Round 1 here at Driftland. I am joined by Brandon Carter. We are here for top 16 to get this kicked off. We will be moving along very, very swiftly. We had an incredible top 32, and to round out top 32, an incredible battle. It went one more time and it just got better and better and better between Noah McGlade and Ernesto Podolskis as we move it along here. It's Emilis Velica, your number one qualifier from yesterday, to take on James Estrella. That Carbon Drift Team drivers are ready to win versus Carbon Drift Team. Brandon, how are you feeling?
It's been a long day, and getting beat by Marc is obviously a bit of a stink, but at the same time I know he's a much higher level driver than I am. He's been around for much longer. I actually just said, I went into the voice chat with him and I said, look, you beat me, so you best go all the way. So I'm holding him to it. We'll see what happens. But Emilis is no slouch either, and same with James Estrella. So this is going to be very interesting because a lot of these drivers now going into the top 16 onwards are massive heavy hitters. So it's anyone's game now.
Absolutely, and touching on Marc O'Rourke, he is Ernesto's Jacubilus in the top 16, but that doesn't matter until now. Velica to go up against James Estrella. Velica lead in first. James Estrella going to push hard in this 180SX here, up onto the door, the S13 of Emilis Velica. Look at the proximity here from James Estrella as we transition now through the center section. Oh, nice and tight around inner clip 4 as we push up the hill towards outer zone 5. Nice and close, reeling in. Oh, and a bit of contact there from James Estrella onto the door, the S13 of Emilis Velica as they cross the line. We'll send them back to the start line to get switched around. We'll have James Estrella to lead out for the second half of this battle, Emilis Velica to chase in. And that was very interesting. A lot of kind of the proximity from James was in and out a lot of the time, and that's where you saw that dive, that little bit of contact onto the door of Velica's car. Maybe just caused a little bit of an upset there, and we'll see, will Emilis Velica repay the favour here with an incredible chase? I'm sure he will try his very best, and let's be honest, Emilis Velica is an incredible chase driver as we get the green light to go. James Estrella to lead us in here now for the second half of this battle. He flicks in nice and early. That carbon drifting driver. Look at the proximity from Emilis Velica here. Going door to door straight off the bat as we come through D&D Alley here. Emilis Velica losing a little bit of ground as he'll start to tuck it up now again as we come up the hill. And James Estrella building a gap here. Emilis Velica taking a little bit of a shallow line to get back up onto the door and into the pocket of the 180 SX as they cross the line.
Jesus.
Brandon, a lot to break down in those two runs.
Oh no, definitely. I mean, this Vadigar is an incredible driver IRL, if anyone's seen. But wow, what aggression between the two of these, going hand in hand with each other. Look at that transition there. I'd definitely say James Estrella had the better transition going from 2 to 3. But Emilis struggling to keep with pace with him up the hill. But then you can see there he just gets the proximity and glues his front wheel to the front wing almost into the front wheel. So I'll have to see what the judges think, as it's quite a close battle, I'd say. But it does look like Emilis almost makes contact in the initiation there as well. So it could go either way at this point. It could potentially go one more time. So we'll have to see. It's not an easy thing to judge. Definitely not an easy thing to judge, especially from these angles. We only have set angles. We can only see so much. That is the biggest disclaimer I can give really about all of this, is as commentators, we can see what you guys can see. So we have very limited to work with, but the judges have an absolute arsenal of tools at their disposal. So they are checking every minute detail. It's just like
Emilis Velica, though, he's one of those drivers, that ready to win crew. They are some of the best drivers. I consider them to be some of the best drivers on the sim for the last couple of seasons. And James Estrella is no slouch either. He's been around for a long time too. That Carbon Drift Team driver is, and again, Carbon Drift Team, they all practice together. They are very heavy hitters in any championship they go into, but you can see the judges are going to have to break down an awful lot here. Like, you can see the proximity loss and gain from Emilis Velica in his chase. What was going on there? Was there a little bit of a stall up from James, and then he got back on the power and just gained a gap here as we watch back Emilis Velica here? Look at James Estrella on entry. He's right up there. Let's a little bit of a gap, not much now, but let's Emilis settle into the run and then starts to go on the attack. Coming up here the hill, you can see right there, it's just perfect in the pocket from James Estrella, but that's the little bit of contact that I saw as we come across the line here. But when we go to the second run, there was more contact. As we see here now, Emilis Velica, we initiate in, that was contact on entry there. As we come around here now, again, the proximity from Emilis was incredible. As we transition here, that was an incredible transition. You can see the jump in momentum that James Estrella got out of that. He used that to his full advantage, and Emilis Velica maybe caught off guard a little bit there. Had to make a little bit of an adjustment to get back up on the door, the 180SX. So we'll have to see what the judges have to make of that, and they still haven't dropped in any decision into the scoring sheet yet. So this will be very interesting to see. I'd love to know what exactly they're looking at. I presume they have all their different camera angles, number one, but then they're going to be looking at telemetry and like the likes of what happened in terms of who put on power when, and why did that gap form. Was it down to maybe a quick brake stab, or was it down to just a slight mistake in the chase? What happened with the contacts? Was that who was at fault for the contacts mainly? I think is probably going to be the deciding factor of this, and how much was the contact actually worth in the rest of the run. Did it upset lines? Did it upset the rest of it? Which, to be honest, looking at it, I don't think it did a huge amount to either guy in the run. But I don't know, Brandon, this is definitely one for the judges to really take their time on this, because they need to really make sure that they're making the right call here as we get the side-by-side again.
No, it's definitely not an easy one for them, and I would never want to be in their shoes, to be honest. But they are... So we're just getting some information right now.
Okay, so we are getting information. So they're looking at the original initiation contact there. saying that there was one of the drivers is at fault, so they have deemed fault for the contact just here. I think it was on this run, but also here they are saying that James Estrella did shallow out, and that's how he ended up getting that massive amount of momentum there. He does actually shallow off the angle. I didn't spot that before, but does shallow off the angle and does make a massive amount of momentum gain, but Emilis Velica dealing with that quite well. As we get the result there, it is one more time, so all three judges, actually a very split decision there. So Roy's going for James Estrella, Tyre going for Emilis Velica, and Parker not sure at all. Mr. 360 tells do another 360, go one more time. We are running it back around with both guys gone back to the pits to get tires. They'll get a chance to warm up their tires yet again, and we will go once everybody is ready, including the judges. We'll get Rise to illuminate the start-finish lights as a plume of smoke takes over the start line there. We struggle to see the start line.
We told you, lads, no vaping on the start line. Come on, you're better than this.
Yeah, our start line marshal Rise there vaping on the start line.
Yeah, that semaphore
definitely a no-no. As we get lights illuminating there, Emilis Velica to lead us out for the second time on this battle, in this one more time first run, and James Estrella takes a little bit of a second to initiate there, just make sure that Emilis has settled in. As we transition back here now, James gonna want to make a bit of a dive here, doesn't do as much of a dive as I was hoping he would, but does manage to stay in a close proximity, keeps it nice and fluid throughout the rest of this course. Not really too much impact in his chase this time around, but if you look at Emilis Velica, that lead run was quite exceptional, as that would have done very well in qualifying yesterday. But Emilis Velica, let's be honest, he did qualify top yesterday with a 96.3, so he's pretty good at the lead runs. As we get the green light again to send them for the second half of this one more time, James Estrella to lead out Emilis Velica, and Velica goes right there, side-by-side entry, pushing James Estrella around the first corner. As we come through the transition point here, Emilis Velica, a little bit of a... Ooh, and James Estrella coming off the angle there again and gaining a lot of momentum. Emilis Velica having to make a big surge up onto the door of the 180SX, and another time having to straighten out and get back up onto the door there. Judges going to break that one down yet again. That was very interesting, Brandon, because I think I saw that shallow off again, correct me if I'm wrong, from James Estrella.
Potentially. I mean, looking at this here, as you can see, as they come around through the transition, not looking too bad. Definitely could have been a bit closer coming through in the chase. But there's some weird stuff going on there in the second half, definitely.
It really does look like there's a lot of angle variance from James in the lead there.
Yeah, it's hard to say. James looks like he shallows out the angle, but at the same time, maybe potentially in the chase making too many corrections. It's hard to say. As you can see here, coming through the inner, not the best line through the inner. It's really hard to say. I mean, James Estrella does look like he hasn't got much angle going through out of zone 5, so it's gonna be
somebody in the chat actually pointing out there, Brandon, dropping wheel right at the end there does kick up a bit of dirt.
It does indeed. Nobody is safe.
The chat have eyes everywhere.
Big brother watching you drift.
Well, I suppose that's what we're doing right here, isn't it? It's Big Brother, but
true.
for guys just drifting on the sim.
It's just two autistic men watching you instead.
Yeah, exactly. We're just waffling. I feel like we're the two Muppets up in the theater.
Yeah.
The two old men. Like, you.
Hi, buddy.
Yeah. Hee-haw, he's got an angle. This is why we're commentators and not judges. Or well, Brandon is a competitor, but I get that a long time ago. As we do get a decision here, swiping left for Emilis Velica, right for James Estrella, and Emilis Velica moves on to the top 8. James Estrella dropping out of the top 16. Incredible driving from him all day and yesterday in qualifying, but Emilis Velica taking the win here, and we will move it on to our next battle here, which will be Carlos Bazinskas to take on Cameron Mustard.
This going back to what we were just saying, it's debatable whether we're suitable as commentators sometimes, purely for that moment.
Yeah, pretty much. Yep, that is definitely one that we should probably reconsider our day job.
It's questionable. We're totally sane humans, I promise.
As we go back to the line, we have both guys lined up here. It is Carlos Bazinskas to chase out Cameron Mustard. Cameron Mustard in that S13. Let's see what happens here. Cameron Mustard about to do some Cameron Mustard things. Enters in. Very nice there. Nice and wide around outer zone 1 to 2. As we transition here, Carlos going to make a dive onto the door. The S13 coming up through inner clip 4. Starts to push up the hill now. That E92 losing a little bit of ground. Starts to reel in the S13 nice and slowly here. Pushing up onto the wing mirror as we cross the line here. Incredible lead run there from Cameron Mustard, but decent proximity the full way around there for Carlos Bazinskas in that Urarta E92 as we send them back to the line there. I noticed this with Cameron, with a lot of his battles, takes his time getting back to the line, maybe just calm himself down after that run, just assess what happened, maybe have a bit of a look down at the phone, just at a spotter there. As we have them back on the line here now, get the lights to illuminate, the green light goes, Cameron Mustard to chase in Carlos Bazinskas as they fly down that start line, enter in side by side there. Look at Cameron on the door of the E92 here, incredible stuff as Cameron chases in that E92. Look at the transition here, right onto the door. The E92 again starts pushing him up the hill. Look at the proximity up the hill here from Cameron Mustard. Incredible stuff, not making contact either, just a few knocks on the door just to let Carlos know he's still there. Incredible stuff from Cameron Mustard. Definitely someone who needs to be looked at for this championship already, because did an incredible qualifying yesterday after having an incredible top 32 battle, and now an incredible top 16 battle with Carlos Bazinskas. Brandon, break it down for us.
Well, I'm not exactly the best breakdancer, Hume, but definitely Cameron making some moves on the floor right there, as you can see, coming through out of zone 5.
Oh, that was so cheesy.
It was good though. It was good. But Cameron must have put on a brilliant performance, as you can see there. But once again though, the underdog always coming through pretty hard. As you can see in his lead, we're doing an insane job, but definitely could have been a bit more consistent in the chase. It's going to be hard to tell. Obviously, Cameron does have the better proximity control overall, so we'll have to see where it leads to with the judges. Honestly, these battles are going to get closer and closer as we keep going through. As you can see that, a little bit of contact made potentially on this is a major point of the competition now, where these initiations are going to make all the difference. It's going to be hard to say. Just keeping up to date with the socials on the YouTube chat as well.
Yeah, well, judges definitely going to deliberate on this one here, because there's a lot to break down. And if you look at the leads, and you can see Carlos not going all the way close there. I wonder, is the judges looking, is there a reason for that? Are they looking to see why that was, or are they looking at Cameron Mustard's chase, see was Carlos on the appropriate line, which I'm sure he was, because Cameron wouldn't have been able to go that close without being on the perfect line. So we'll have to see. The judges will break it down lead on lead, chase on chase basis, and they'll split everything up from there. And to be honest, they're splitting everything so fine in the margins here that it's sometimes like it's just very difficult to get an actual definite answer out of them. They like, we know this is why, but they go in such detail that I remember talking to Rise at one stage last season, I think, and I think it was one of the last battles being Vitaly Izaev, and I think it was either Ernesto Jacubilus or Dario Striker, and I asked Rise what did it actually come down to, and he literally talked for about 5 minutes And I went, okay. They went so in depth with everything, down to the centimeter, and how much brake pressure was being dropped on at a split second to see how to actually split it, because it was just unbelievable stuff there from these guys. And really it's attributed to sim drifting as well, because these guys can literally just jump on and do, you know, as many laps as they physically want. I know of some guys that do maybe 4,000 laps before an event. Wouldn't be unheard of, Brandon.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm dealing with something with the family at the moment, and it is not looking good. So you'll have to bear with me. But
I can take over from that. Yeah, so we will see what happens here, as all three judges still not dropping in any kind of decision. We will just wait as we look forward to the rest of our battles. We have Andres Kleinbergs to take on Juan Horquez, Marc O'Rourke to take on Ernesto Jacubilus. It's going to be an incredible battle. Both of those guys competing against each other in other competitions as well. Ahmed Al-Hamadi to take on Ryan Chitty. And then we've Lucinada to take on Kasparas Jusius. Martinez Ostrojka to take on Ahmed Al-Subaga. Oh yeah, I'm going to get that right. And Nico Stella to take on Noah McGlade, both two very young drivers there. And that will be an incredible battle to round off the top 16 as well. Nico Stella, a man who's been competing in many a championship. As we start to get, for this battle, we start to get some indication to where we might go. We are seeing some results drop in from the judges here. We just wait for the last judge to drop in the scores, and there we go. We get the decision, swiping left for Cameron Mustard, right for Carlos Bazinskas, and as Cameron Mustard moving on to the top 8, taking out Carlos Bazinskas. Unfortunately, we will not see him in top 8 action. We'll see him back for round 2. As if you guys want to drive round 2 or maybe 3 or round 4, who knows what round you want to drive, you can buy tickets yourself and you can get in on this action if you really want to. The tickets are live on the SVDS website. Do feel free to buy yourself a ticket, and you could be in a top 32 battle, you could be in a top 16 battle, who knows, you could win the event. You just sign up, the cars are there for you to be on stream with us and compete with some of the best sim drivers in the world. As we do move to our next battle here, on the line it is Andres Kleinbergs to take on Juan Horquez, E46 versus MX5. We will see what happens in this battle. We'll wait for the judges to get ready, and we'll see that with the light at the start line there, the start line light, the semaphore, the Tsujigiri semaphore. Speaking of Tsujigiri, one of our title sponsors, and the rest of our title sponsors, big shout out to them: STRO M Wheels, DND Interior Performance, Driftland, Mclellan Motorsport. There we go. We'll get this battle started. Andres Kleinbergs to lead in. Juan Horquez here as we come around outer zone 1. A little bit shallow off outer zone 1 here as we come around to the center section, the D&D alley here. Juan Horquez building up onto the door of the E46 there, pushing Andres Kleinbergs around in that MX5. Look at the proximity here from Juan Horquez, doing an incredible job. That Asphalt Tattoos Drift Team driver not doing a bad job at all in the chase position. Andres Kleinbergs not doing terrible either in that lead position, but we will swap them around. And we will get the rest of this battle going, second half of this battle, as we get the lights to go ahead. We'll get Juan Horquez to lead us out through that start line chicane. Andres to follow in chase, in tow of that MX5 as we initiate in. Andres just leaving that MX5 a little bit of a gap to settle in as we come through the center section here now. Right on the door of the MX5 goes that E46 as we push up the hill, having to shallow out on angle there. In the lead is Juan Horquez. Unfortunately, Andres having to make that correction as well to get back up onto the door of the MX5 as we cross the line. We will have to break that down again. So let's have a look at this here as we get the side-by-side view. Yeah, see, the initiation there was a lot closer from Juan Horquez compared to Andres Kleinbergs. As we transition back here, you can see there's a little bit of separation, but the angle does come off in the lead position there from Juan Horquez, and Andres Kleinbergs has to adjust for that. So there are positive and negatives here for each driver in this. So we will see what happens. The judges will have a bit of speculation about this. They will break it down as piece by piece, corner by corner, clip by clip, and they'll look at the individual drivers and see exactly what their pedal movements were, what their wheel movements were, and they'll sometimes even go in depth where they'll put on the camera that the driver was using to see what they were seeing and how they think the driver should react to certain situations. So we will see what they make of that here. Our three judges have been doing this for quite a long time: Rise, Ryan Parker, and Tyre. So the three guys, Tyre and Rise, have been judging SVDS. Rise since the start, Tyre for a couple of seasons now, and Parker is new to us this season, but Parker has plenty of experience in real life as well judging. So Ryan Parker, also an ex-competitor here at SVDS in the Pro Series, competed with Wild Monkeys last year, a fellow teammate of mine, and we just keep waiting for their decisions to drop in. We'll have to figure out what happens as we wait for them. Yet again, we do get one decision from a judge. Just wait for other decisions to drop in from either side of Ryan Parker. We're just waiting for Rise and Tyre to give us their decisions here, as they just want to look a little bit more in depth. Parker on Tyre does drop in his result here, and just waiting for a Rise as we do get a vote. And swiping left for Juan Horquez, right for Andres Kleinbergs, and Juan Horquez is getting the win here. He'll advance through to the top 8. Andres Kleinbergs, unfortunately, that RT Riga driver, dropping out of top 16. He'll be back for the second round, though, as Juan Horquez will progress on further. As we move it along now, it will be that infamous battle: Marc O'Rourke versus Ernesto Jacubilus. This is going to be insane. This is going to be out of this world good. Marc O'Rourke wanting to prove a point here. He's been here before. He's been in the top levels of this championship before, and he's like, I want to be back there again. Let's do it. Ernesto Jacubilus, again, has been in the top levels of this championship before as well, and wants to prove that point too. So let's see what these two absolute titans of this SVDS grid will pull out of the bag here as we wait for the lights to illuminate from the judges. We just wait for them now. Both drivers waiting very patiently on the line. That Team Nero driver Marc O'Rourke versus that RTW driver of Ernesto Jacubilus. Jacu, nicknamed by Mr. Tiny. Another commentator, worked with him quite a few times, but we will wait for the judges still to just get ready here. They're making sure that they have everything just set up, probably adjusting cameras back again after going through that previous battle and making sure that their spreadsheets are all checked out. As you can see, the rest of our sponsors there. It is number 26 Racing, Kaptured Media, Sujigiri Collective, Dill 3D, Frontside Racing, as we get these guys to leave the line here. That Team Nero driver Marc O'Rourke initiates in the S14. Ernesto Jacubilus right there in outer zone 1, gets right on the door of the S14 as he starts to push Marc O'Rourke around this center section, makes a dive now into inner clip 4. Marc O'Rourke not putting a foot wrong so far here in the lead position as Ernesto Jacubilus pushes up again in that S13, starts to reel in Marc O'Rourke as Marc pulls another little bit of a grab as they come to the line. We'll get them to swap around here. We will see what happens in the second half of this battle. Marc O'Rourke is going to want to push extremely hard here to overcome Ernesto Jacubilus. Marc definitely not scared of going close either. Can be aggressive when he wants to be, and I'm feeling Marc is going to start driving angry here a little bit as we wait for the lights to illuminate yet again. Here we go, third light on, green light go. Ernesto Jacubilus to lead us out here in that RTW S13 as Marc O'Rourke goes to initiate right on the door of the S13. And look at this from Marc O'Rourke, starts to push up nice and early onto the S13 as we transition here. Marc O'Rourke goes for a slightly later transition and gets back up onto the quarter panel, starts to push Ernesto around here. Look at the proximity from Marc O'Rourke as he starts to make a little bit of a waver in the chase position, but right there again as he pushes Ernesto Jacubilus across the line. Fantastic stuff here from Marc O'Rourke. Brilliant stuff. As we look at the side-by-side view here, let's break this down as the proximity through the first corner was fairly equal from both drivers. As they transition back here now, you can see Marc O'Rourke doing the exact same as Ernesto, just nosing the front end of the car in, but a little bit closer was Marc O'Rourke. But you can see that little drop back and a little bit of a waver from Marc. We will have to see what the judges make of this. Was that something on the lead side why Marc dropped back, or was that genuinely just a little bit of a mistake? We'll have to see. We won't know until the judges give us a decision, but this is incredible stuff here. A lot of people in chat there giving Marc some big support here, and certainly at home as well. I know New Child and his wife watching on as well. As look at this, and Ian Johnson as well in the chat there, his teammate, Team O'Neill teammate, unfortunately dropping out earlier on in competition, but will be feeding information to Marc as well, making sure that he knows what he needs to do in this situation. And between runs, that's definitely something you need a spotter for, a battle like this, and how hard you need to push, because let's be honest, if you're coming up against Ernesto Jacubilus, you're gonna have to push hard anyway. So we get some Irish flags in chat there. We just wait for the judges to drop in their scores here, just ever so patiently. Just again, as we look back at the lead run here from Marc O'Rourke, look at the entry was fantastic there from Marc. Does manage to fill that first outer zone very nicely there, and outer zone 2, transitions back to outer zone 3, but Ernesto hangs back a little bit there in that transition, doesn't dive onto the door straight away, but then you can see him nosing that S13 up onto the door of the S14, and just you see the way he kind of just reels in slowly and drops back little bits here and there. That's just to make sure that he's not making contact, but he can still push that little bit harder. As Marc O'Rourke, let's take a look at Marc's chase here, as he's a very nice job through that first section. Emilis or Ernesto Jacubilus doing very nice. And as I just try to hear the information coming into my ear here, I believe there was contact. Yeah, so Marc O'Rourke making a bit of contact. That's why he dropped back. I hadn't noticed that before, and made a little bit of contact. That dropped him back, as we do have a decision here. Swipe him right for Ernesto Jacubilus, left for Marc O'Rourke, and it will be Ernesto Jacubilus getting the win and passing through to the top 8. Marc O'Rourke dropping out of competition here in the top 16, unfortunately for him. We will see him back for round 2, though. He's not done yet. He wants to come back stronger and absolutely destroy the next part of this. As we move on to the next half of the battle tree, the other side there, we've Ahmed Al-Hamadi versus Ryan Chitty, Luis Anado taking on Kasparis Jusius, Martinez Ostrika taking on Ahmed Al-Sabaga, and Nico Stella to take on Noah McGlade. So that is a big set of battles there. 4 battles that are gonna be tied again 100%, as we just wait for people to get back into the server here. Just waiting for everybody to load back in. We're just taking a little bit of a quick break, as like I said, we kick everybody else out of the server and then get the drivers who need to jump in. So we usually run it in about 8 people per group. Especially when you're getting in here now, you will have to have less and less restarts and stuff like that towards the top 8. As we get our second group in, you can see them starting to grid up there. You can see that S14 of Luis Sonata. And just in front of him there is Ryan Chitty. Behind him, Noah McGlade, I believe, in that 180SX. And then in front here, yeah, look at that. Nico Stella there as well. Nico Stella, number 11 on the top of that car. He is ready to do battle with the other young gun there of Noah McGlade, and that is going to be an incredible battle. I cannot wait to see that. It's going to be just carnage, because both of these guys are gunning for more battles, and they do not want their they don't want their night to end in the top 8 or even in the top 16 rather. They want to go all the way, and you can see there that is Martinez Ostrika pulling to the line there as well. Another RTW driver of, I'm struggling to see who that is. Kasparas Jusius, I believe. That's who that is. As we get a nice view of the line here, we'll probably call our first battle to the line. It will be Ahmed Al-Hamadi to take on Ryan Chitty. As we just wait for the judges to call people to the line. You can see there, just making sure everybody's gridded up properly in the right order, so we don't have any mishaps between battles. We wouldn't want somebody coming up against somebody they're not actually meant to be up against. As you see Ryan Chitty's car there, that carbon Kevlar showing on that E36, gorgeous looking car. Very luminous, can't miss that car as he comes up against the 180SX of Ahmed Al-Hamadi. Very, very nice STRO M Wheels on the cars as well. Big thank you to them, title sponsor for the season as well. As again, like I mentioned earlier on, if you guys want to compete with the rest of the guys you're seeing on screen right now, you can get tickets for round 2, 3 and 4 still available on the SVDS website, so do make sure you pick up those if you are interested in getting into sim drifting, or maybe you've been on the sim drifting for a while and you just want to give SVDS a go and see what this is all about. This street series, brand new series for us this season, new physics, new everything, and that new data set brought to you by Tsujigiri. As we get our first drivers to warm up their tires there, it'll be Ahmed Al-Hamadi to pull to the line with Ryan Chitty to give chase. Ahmed, our second qualifier overall last night with a 94.3. Ryan Chitty as well qualified 15th with an 87.7, so both these guys well able to do a lead run. So let's see what happens in the first part of this battle on the second half of our top 16 here. Ahmed Al-Hamadi to lead in, right on the back bumper is Ryan Chitty on initiations. We come through outer zone 1 here, around to outer zone 2. Ryan Chitty right there on the back bumper during transition. As we come around to inner clip 4, Al-Hamadi gains a little bit of an advantage there, pulls a bit of a gap as Ryan Chitty gets right back up on the door. The 180SX starts to push hard and starts to push Ahmed Al-Hamadi across the line there. Very nice there from Ryan Chitty in the chase position. Few little issues here and there, but not a huge pile wrong with Ahmed's run at all. Very nice lead run there. As we send them back to the line, we'll switch them over. Ahmed gonna want to go close here, definitely wanting to top that chase run of Ryan Chitty. As we get a puff of smoke from the cars there on the start line, we'll wait for the lights to go back on. There they are as we get the green light to go. Ryan Chitty to leave out here as we get that E36 to fire down that main straight as he initiates through here. Ahmed Al-Hamadi right there on the door of the E36 as we push around outer zone 2, transition back to 3 here. Ahmed gonna make a dive into inner clip 4, and a stall out from Ryan Chitty there in the lead, pulls off the track. Maybe just a shutdown there, bogging the car. It looks like he possibly missed a gear or something along them lines, so possibly a clear-cut decision for the judges this time round, as they will just make sure that there was nothing else there in that. As we get a replay here, you can see the initiation was very nice. Al-Hamadi right there, Ryan Chitty not doing a whole pile wrong, inch perfect around that first section. As he transition here, this is where we see it, comes up and just stalls up the car, unfortunately. For that'll be all she wrote, unfortunately. I think, as I just wait for the judges to break that down, just making sure they deem fault in the right place here, as we do get a decision dropping in as we look back at the first run there. And the swipe left for Ahmed Al-Hamadi and right for Ryan Chitty. Or swipe right for, there you go. And Rise, Parker and Tyre going for Ahmed Al-Hamadi. As we move along now to our next battle in this, it will be Lucinata to take on Kasparas Jusius. Lucinata in that beautiful CSP swapped S14. Love that car. Big fan. As we get both of these guys to the line, they are allowed warm tires. Some guys electing to warm tires, some guys not. As we see that S13 there of Kasparas Jusius on the line. We just wait for Lucinata to warm his tires a little bit there. As we get both drivers on the line, we get ready to go. We will get the lights to illuminate. Just waiting for the judges to give the all clear and the go ahead to send these drivers down, as we do get it, and here comes the green light. So Kasparas to lead out Luis Zanata for the first half of this battle. Zanata taking a side-by-side entry, very brave here from Luis as we go around outer zone 1. Very nice there in the chase position from Luis Zanata as we transition back here. Kasparas not doing a whole pile wrong in the lead position, but look at Luis Zanata here, perfect chase run here, perfectly. Look at how he's pushing up onto the door, the S13. Few little love taps there as we come across the line, not upsetting the line of the lead driver, but just few little love taps. Make sure, yep, look, I'm still here right on your door, I'm not leaving. As we send them back to the line here, it will be Lucinata to lead us out now, as Kasparas Jusius will give chase as we wait for the lights to come on. There's first light, second light, third light, and the green light. Let's send them down as Lucinata leaves the start line chicane there. Brakes glowing red as he flicks in, not a little bit tentatively there as we get around outer zone 1. But look at the proximity here from Kasparas Jusius as we flick back now towards outer zone 3 and into inner clip 4. Will there be a dive here from Kasparas? Ooh, starts to reel in nice and slowly. Elects to not make a massive dive, but reel in nice and slowly, and that is very fluid from both drivers. That arc is perfect, exactly what the judges are looking for. And the judges will go and break that one down and have a quick chat between each other. Let's have a look ourselves here on the split screen. Yeah, definitely both entries very close together as they transition back. Transition's nearly identical here, but you can see there's a little bit more proximity from Lucinata, a little bit more aggressive, but the fluidity here from Kasparas on the second run in his chase was just that bit nicer. But do the judges want fluidity or proximity? We'll find out very soon, but we do have one decision dropped in from one of our judges here, and we'll just wait for the other two to drop theirs in as we just have a look back again. You can see there's just a little bit of a gap coming into inner clip 4 from Kasparas, and he does reel him in quite quickly before outer zone 5, but it's those taps there, the collisions from Lucinata in the chase, I'd say the judges are probably looking at. Okay, so I'm told some information here. It's the judges are looking at the initiation on this run here. The lead car way too far over. As you can see, there are painted lines, a little T section on the track here just before initiation, and that's to give the lead car room to initiate. So, and the chase car a little bit of room, so he doesn't really. Yeah, you can see there, Lucinata not giving a whole lot of room to the lead driver there, as Lucinata getting the win there, as all three judges unanimously go for Lucinata. Casper's Justice will drop out of competition here in the top 16. Lucinata moving on to the top 8 as we go now to our next battle. It'll be Martinez Ostrika to take on Ahmed Al-Subaga. I will get that right. I'm going to practice that now before next round. But you can see Martinez Ostrika just doing a quick grip check, make sure tires are okay. Make sure he's happy with the car, as we see Ahmed do the same here. Just do a few figure of eights, warm, get some heat into the front tires, maybe a little bit of heat into the rear too. As we wait for the judges to give the lights, to give the go ahead to send these guys down. Judges giving the green lights here, so green light, that's go. Martinez Ostrika to lead us in for the first half of this battle. Martinez, let's see the lead run here, known for incredibly technical lead runs, and look at the entry here in the chase position from Ahmed. Very, very nice as he drops back a bit, but on transition here, will he make a dive? Yes, he will, but through inner clip 4, gets up even closer and starts to push and apply a lot of pressure now to the S13 of Martinez Ostrika. Pushing around is Ahmed Al-Subaga. Unbelievable stuff here in the chase position from Ahmed. Very, very clean job, but Martinez Ostrika not doing a whole pile wrong in the lead position, inch perfect the full way around. As we move them back to the line, we'll swap them around, and Martinez Ostrika will have to do quite a decent chase run here. He's going to have to go extremely close to Ahmed in that 180SX, make sure that he does get this win, and Martinez is definitely going to want this win. He wants to go further than top 16 as we get the lights illuminating again. Green light, Martinez to chase in Ahmed. Let's see what happens here. Martinez right there on the door of the 180SX. Oh, and a bit of contact there. A little bit of a waiver from Ahmed just after the contact as we transition back here. Martinez gonna go close again as he makes a dive up through inner clip 4. A little bit of a waiver there from Ahmed as he comes up the hill as we work our way around now towards outer zone 6 and across the line. A little bit of proximity loss from Martinez, maybe just seeing that little bit of a contact and going, maybe that isn't it. As we look back at here, let's watch the contact just there. Yeah, doesn't really affect the line hugely, but it does affect the line. It does give a little bit of a waiver to Ahmed, as you can see, very, very technical here from both drivers, but Martinez doing a kind of keep that proximity as consistent as possible, just leaving a little bit of a gap there too much. We'll see what the judges make of that. I'm not a judge either. This is very much down to them, guys. This is their job. I'm just a guy who likes to watch drifting, and I can speculate the same way you guys can at home, but this is very much a judge sport, and these guys have a lot more information, a lot more camera angles than we all do. I'm literally just seeing what you guys can see at home, so you can see, compare the two runs side by side here. As if we look at it, Martinez Ostrika entered that corner a lot quicker than Ahmed. As they transition back here, this is where Ahmed starts to push up in his chase run. You can see there, just nose that 180SX onto the front wheel of that PS13. Not doing a bad job. There's a few little taps there as well from Ahmed, I think, onto the door of Emilis Velica, or not Emilis Velica, sorry, onto Martinez Ostrika. So we will see what happens with the judges. They're still deliberating this one. They haven't dropped in any kind of decision yet. as we just wait very patiently here. Just waiting still as we look forward to our next battle here. It's the last battle of the top 16. Nico Stella, a young gun versus the other young gun of Noah McGlade. These two guys were bound to meet in competition at some point, and I am very excited to be able to watch that live as well. I'm really excited to see these guys do battle. Nico Stella doing a good few competitions this season, did a VDC, pretty sure it did VDC. He also is doing DCGP also, so a guy who's been coming up the ranks for a couple of years, and versus Noah McGlade, who jumped into SVDS last year. This is his first set of battles for SVDS ever. First, and let's just see what happens here. We'll let the driving speak for itself, and this is just going to be an incredible battle. I know it right from the get-go. As soon as I saw it pop up, it will be a killer, as we still wait for all three of our judges to break down this run. Definitely looking at something in particular here, I think. Yeah, so the first corner of this run, the contact, they're looking at, was there braking in the lead position here? So they can deem fault either lead or chase, and they'll look at the chase driver, see was the contact avoidable, and they'll look at was it necessary to brake in that section for the lead driver. Well, it isn't, because it's not a braking zone, and they would deem that already, but they'll make sure that there was no kind of foul play or anything like that intended, and they'll deem somebody at fault for that. As we just wait for the judges to drop in their scores, taking a very long time to break this one down. Get the side-by-side here again. You can see our sponsors popping up on the bottom of the screen there. Frontside Racing, DND Performance Interior, Dill 3D Designs, STRO M Wheels, Mclellan Motorsport, Kaptured Media, and Driftland. So number 26 Racing also, and Tsuji bringing you the physics for this championship. Big shout out to all of our sponsors. This would not happen without them. Putting up prizes for the winners also, so it's very good to see all these drivers coming together. And we had a huge qualifying group yesterday. I think we had around 130 odd drivers signed up for qualifying yesterday, so we are starting to get a decision here, as I believe, yeah, so swipe him left for Ernesto, striker, swipe him right for Ahmed Al-Sabaga, and it's a one more time, so it's going one more time between these guys. Judges not able to split this one up, so we'll send them again. So we'll have to wait a little bit longer for that Nico Stella versus Noah McGlade battle, as we get those guys back to the pits to reset for their tires. And it looks like Ernesto Striker just going straight back to the line here, possibly. Maybe not. No, he is definitely gone back to get tires. So let's figure out what happens here in this second time around for this battle. You see Ernesto Striker pulling back towards the line here. He will lead out first yet again for the first half of this one more time. We can see the semaphore there, the lights, as we get Ernesto Striker to line up properly right on the line there. Ahmed Al-Sabaga is allowed a little bit of a run up, so when that third light goes, he is allowed to just take off there, and a lot of guys will, to see can they get the jump and get close to that lead driver in the chase position. As we get the lights to light up here, green light means go. Martinez will strike it to lead us in here. Let's see what happens. Ahmed to chase out as we flick in. Very nice along outer zone 1. Ahmed right there with Martinez to strike as we transition back here now. Ahmed's going to want to make a dive and push that S13 up the hill, and he does just that. Look at the proximity here from Ahmed Al-Sabaga. Very, very nice as he noses that. Ooh, and a bit of a waiver there. Noses that S13, the RPS 13 into the PS 13 of Martinez. So Striker will send them back to the line, swap them around for the second half of this one more time. But that was an interesting waiver there from Ahmed. We'll see what the judges make of that one. They will definitely have a look just to see, was there anything there from the lead that they can deem at fault. But they look at all cases, who was at fault. Was it just a genuine mistake, or was it actually something that caused that waiver? As we get the lights to go for the second half of this battle, Ahmed Al-Sabaga leaving the line to lead us in here. Martinez will strike it to chase in. Will he go close again? Yes, he will. Martinez will strike it to put the pressure onto Ahmed here as we transition back through DND Alley. Very nice here through as we go up the hill. Oh, and a little bit of a gap forming here between both drivers. Martinez will strike it, not there on the side of Ahmed Al-Sabaga. Very interesting here as we will go back to the decision area and the judges will drop in their scores. Maybe Martinez cutting a bit of angle. I'd have to see that again there as I'm looking at the right hand side of my screen to see what happened there for that chase and why that gap formed. Let's have a look and see. Was there an over angle from Martinez Ostrojka, or was there a little bit of a line angle change from Ahmed? Yeah, so a little bit of a straight line through as he came up the hill there from Ahmed Al-Sabaga, as the judges start to drop in their scores here. Just waiting for one judge to drop in their score before we make a decision. Yep, as we do have a decision this time around. We will go to our graphic here momentarily to bring you that decision, as we'll swipe him left for Ahmed Al-Sabaga, right for Martinez Ostrojka, and Martinez Ostrojka will get the win and move through to the top 8, as Ahmed will drop out of competition in the top 16. We will hopefully see him back for another round as we move it on to our last battle of the top 16. It's the big one. It's the one that I was excited about earlier on. It's the one Brandon was excited about earlier on. It's the one that everybody is going to be excited for. It's Noah McGlade to take on Nico Stella. These two guys are both young guys, and they're literally like, these guys still in school and they are ready to throw down here. To be honest, to me, two of the most impressive drivers on this grid at the moment are both of these guys, and they're doing battle in the top 16. This is going to be an incredible set of runs as Noah McGlade warms his tyres there in that Carbon Drift Team 180SX. Nico Stella waiting patiently on that start line in that E92 Team Heinze. Alan Heinze's team there as a boat repping STRO M Wheels, as we get a flash of the lights there just to check. Noah McGlade turning his front tyres. Just doing a bit of a check as we get lights illuminating here. Green light. Let's see what happens. Noah McGlade to chase in Nico Stella as Noah chases down Nico. Initiates right on the side of that E92. Very nice initiation here from both drivers. Nico Stella filling out of zone 1 and 2 very nicely as we transition back here. Noah McGlade starts to push up as we come up the hill and starts to nose that 180SX onto the door. The E92 starts to make a few marks, hopefully onto that Heinze sticker, and he does. Makes possibly a little bit of contact with Nico Stella as we cross the line here. We'll go back to the line and see what happens in the second half of this battle. Noah McGlade not doing a half bad job there in the chase position as we get them back to the line. Nico Stella to take on Noah McGlade. He will chase him out this time. Noah McGlade going to give us a lead here as we wait for the lights to illuminate for the second half. Send them down as we get them the green light. No, McGlade leaves the start line straight here. He'll light up the tyres on that 180SX nice and early and flick in towards STRO M Wheels wall. Nico Stella right there on the side of the 180SX in that E92. As we come through outer zone 2, flick back now towards outer zone 3. Nico Stella making a dive onto the side of the RPS 13 as we come up the hill here now. No, McGlade doing a very tidy lead run here, but Nico Stella right there pushing the 180SX all the way along outer zone 6 and across the line. Nico Stella doing an incredible job. No, McGlade doing an incredible lead run there too, not putting a foot wrong, inch perfect the full way around. So we'll bring this up side by side here. Both guys doing incredible chases and leads here. You can see the transitions there. No, maybe a little bit late onto that transition in this chase run, and does manage to catch that E92. That E92 is quite fast. Nico Stella is an incredible driver though as well, but no, McGlade up and coming, definitely a name to watch for the future as well, as they're both incredible drivers, both incredibly young too. This is their start of their careers. If this is the start, what is the middle gonna look like? If this is incredible stuff here. Both of these guys definitely potentials to go extremely far in drifting careers, have very, very large careers, 100%. As we wait for the judges to drop in their scores, they're breaking it down right now. None of the judges have actually dropped in any scores just yet, so they are having a look at something through this section. Maybe possibly one of those bits of contact there. Maybe actually, I'm only after spotting, was there a bit of contact before the transition on Noah's chase there? I'd have to watch that back there again, but we do get that up a full screen here. So let's have a look at this. Noah McGlade enters in very nicely onto the door of the E92, but it's here now on the transition. Was there a bit of contact? No, maybe just getting a little bit hung up there, waiting for the transition to happen in front of him so he can nail that dive in on top of the E92. No, McGlade very consistent with his proximity here, not actually jumping in or falling back too much, not making huge, big, massive dives, not having to need to do that. That's a sign of a very good chase. You don't have to be making dives continuously. As we look back here now at Nico Stella's chase on Noah McGlade's lead, and you can see Nico Stella makes a bit of a dive there, but from this point onward he just glues it to the 180SX, and look at how smooth both of these guys are around this outer section. It's exactly what the judges are looking for. They mentioned it in briefing yesterday to the drivers, they mentioned in briefing to the drivers today that they wanted that smooth arc from inner clip 4 the full way around, up the hill, around to outer zone 5 and around to outer zone 6. It needs to be one fluid motion. They don't want any wavers. They want it to just arc perfectly, exactly the way the guys are doing right here on your screen. It is beautiful there. You can see a little bit of a waver there, just minor adjustments from Nico Stella, just to kind of keep things, make sure he's not going to hit the lead driver. We just wait for that decision to drop in. This is the last battle of your top 32 as well, so we will go to a short commercial break between now and then. The winner of this battle will be heading up against Martinez Ostrojka in the final battle of the top 8, but what we have so far: Emilis Velica versus Cameron Mustard, Juan Horquez versus Ernesto Jacubilus, Ahmed Al-Hamadi versus Luis Sonata, and Martinez Ostrojka versus the winner of this battle. So judges definitely taking their time with this, definitely looking at something. I'll see if I can get what they are looking at here. Okay, so I am hearing that there was initiation issues on both runs, and on one of the runs that there was a little bit of a stall up from one of the drivers. So we will see what the judges make of that now, as we do have decisions dropping in here. Just waiting on the final decision to drop in. Okay, so I am getting some information in my ear here. It will be a one more time there between these guys, so we will run it back one more time. So Noah McGlade to chase in Nico Stella again. This is the second one more time Noah McGlade's had this evening, and we know he's good at one more time. So let's see what happens here. Nico Stella to lead in first, Noah McGlade to give chase as we wait for those start lights to be illuminated, as we get the first, second and third and the green light to send these guys down. Nico Stella leads the start line chicane here as Noah McGlade starts to push up onto the door to E90 already, as he fires that 180SX up onto the E92 here as we come through. Oh, and a bit of a stall up there from Nico Stella from what I can see, and that's stalled out Noah McGlade. So Noah McGlade trying to make up some ground here, cuts a lot of track to get back up onto the door, the E92 of the Heinze driver. So we will see. Wow, interesting from... Oh, right, so the judges definitely got to have a take a look at that for what happens there, but Noah McGlade will lead us out for the second half of this run. Will do an incredible lead run, hopefully, for him, as Nico Stella taking a run up here as we get the lights to illuminate here very momentarily. There we go, 1, 2 and 3, green light go, as Noah McGlade leaves the start line now. He will fire that 180SX, light the rear tires up nice and early as he fires it along STRO M Wheels wall here, completes outer zone 1 very, very nicely. Nico Stella right there in the chase as we flick back here towards outer zone 3, up into inner clip 4. Nico Stella right there with the 180SX of Noah McGlade, trying to push as many points as he can out of this run. Noah McGlade not putting a foot wrong though. Look at the lead line here, it's fantastic. As we send them back to the decision zone here, we'll have a quick look back at the replays of this battle. So let's have a look here. What happened with the stall up here in the middle section? We get through outer zone 1 nice and clean. Noah McGlade's right there, but right here looks like the front of the E92 just stalls up for Nico Stella, and Noah McGlade has to straighten out completely to get that to really just work, because he would have hit him otherwise. So interesting to see. We will see what happens with the judges here as they drop in their scores, just waiting for that to happen as we get a look back at the chase run here again. We get the side-by-side view as we look at the second run there. There's Noah McGlade's lead there on the right hand side. Very, very clean lead run there from Noah. Maybe just a little bit shallow of outer zone 2, but that's nothing to worry about. But Nico Stella right there as well, as Noah doing an incredible lead there, but Nico Stella following directly as well. We will have to see what happens here, as some support for Noah there. I believe that's Ricky Stobbart, his teammate, in the chat there. Good evening, Ricky. How are things? As we just wait for the judges to drop in their scores. Still nothing so far. Deliberation here. They'll definitely be looking at that stall up there in the center section and see who is at fault. Yeah, so the longer I watch that, the more I kind of think that Nico Stella kind of slowed down that little bit too much before that transition there, and meant Noah McGlade had to slow down and actually make contact there with the back of the E92 before the transition. Couldn't transition early enough. So if we watch that closer again, you can see here, initiation in. And look at the stall up here. And Noah McGlade, I'm not too sure if he makes contact or not. It's very tight there, but Noah gets back into it and starts to cut a lot of track to get back up onto the side of the Heinz E92. Judges definitely making some Okay, so I am being fed some information here. If we keep looking at this section, so at this run, so on the run up here, it seems to be okay, but apparently Noah makes contact with Nico Stella just there, just there maybe. Okay, I'm being told it's as they go over that first outer zone. There is some contact there, so we will see what the judges make of that and who they'll deem at fault. And according to what I'm hearing, Nico Stella just a little bit of an overcorrection there, and that's what caused the stall up. So there was contact, and yeah, we'll have to see how the judges see that one. Very, very fine details here. Judges do have all the information to make that decision, though. They've everything there waiting for them. As we wait for the judge's decision here, nice time to remind you guys that if you maybe want to be the next Nico Stella or Noah McGlade, you could too join round 2, 3, or 4 for your season. Tickets are still there. There's a few rounds left. You can buy them, and you can join us on grid in virtual Driftland in these lovely Tsujigiri dated cars. As we start to get some stuff dropping in here from judges. We start to get some decisions dropping in here. I believe it's just one judge who has dropped in a decision. Possibly 2. Not totally sure just yet. As some people speculating in the live chat about what's going on, we do have a decision, I believe, as we swipe him left for Noah McGlade, swipe him right for Nico Stella. And 1, 2, and 3 for Noah McGlade. Progresses on to the top 8 to face off against Martinez Ostrika. Noah McGlade is going to be ecstatic with that result. Unfortunately for Nico Stella, that will be the end of his evening here at SVDS. We'll see him back for round 2 as he bows out of competition here in the top 16. We will go to a quick break and we will be back very soon with your top 8.
like I love myself.
Creo que estoy haciendo...
Would you feel better if I said that this time? like I love myself.
Hello and welcome back to Scottish Virtual Drift Series round 1 here. We're moving on to our top 8 here, and we will be bringing you all the way through to our final, I believe. Shouldn't have any more server restarts from now till the very end. So we've got some 8 unbelievable drivers, 4 battles now to bring you for our top 8. It'll be Emilis Velica, our number 1 qualifier, to take on Cameron Mustard, that veteran of SVDS. Our next battle will be Juan Horquez to take on Ernesto Jacubilus. Both of those guys qualified next to each other. That's 20th and 21st qualifiers. Then we have Ahmed Al-Hamadi to take on Luis Zanata, and Martin Striker to take on the young gun Noah McGlade, who just took Nico Stella one more time and took the win there in the last battle you guys saw. So we will move it on to the line where you can see Emilis Velica warming his tires there for his battle against Cameron Mustard. You see Cameron just warming his tires there too, as both drivers now line up on the line. We will wait for the judges to give us the go-ahead. Just let them lights light up, and we give our head judge Rise the control of them. As you can see, our start line decorated and all our sponsors there: Frontside Racing, 443 Motorsport, Kaptured Media, number 26 Racing, Tsuji, Driftland, Mclellan Motorsport, DND Performance Interior, Dill 3D Designs, and STRO M Wheels. As we get the lights to illuminate, we get Emilis Velica to leave the line here to be chased in by Cameron Mustard. Let's see what happens. Cameron Mustard gonna go close here through outer zone 1. Very nicely done there from Cameron Mustard in the chase position. Emilis Velica nice and clean through the first half of this track as we work our way up the hill now. Cameron Mustard gonna put on some pressure to the other S13 here of Emilis Velica, going door to door, rubbing that wheel along that RTW logo on the side of Emilis Velica's car as they cross the line, bringing it back towards the start line here now, so we can swap them around and get Cameron Mustard to lead out Emilis Velica. This will be a very hard battle for the judges to judge, because these guys are such top level. These guys competed against each other a couple of times in some other competitions, I'm sure. Both these guys have been around for a little while now. As we move them back to the start line, we'll get those start lights reset. Emilis Velica looking to take a little bit of a run up here on Cameron Mustard. He knows Cameron is quite a fast-paced driver. Cameron Mustard on his lead run here, about to do some Cameron Mustard things as we get 3 lights and a 4th light to send them off. Cameron Mustard to leave the start line chicane here. Emilis Velica going to be trying to go for a side-by-side initiation, does just that, gets very close on the first outer zone, following Cameron Mustard, pushing him around through outer zone 2 as we transition back here, makes a dive again onto the door of the purple S13 starts to push Cameron Mustard up the hill now. Emilis Velica doing an incredible job right inside the door of Cameron Mustard. And look at the pressure Emilis Velica is applying to the purple S13 of Cameron Mustard. Very, very nice battle there from both drivers, as we will have a side-by-side look here, and as we wait for our judges to drop in the decision, they'll have a quick look back themselves just to make sure that they're making the right decision. Very, very clean battle here from both of these veterans of sim drifting, absolute titans of the sport. As we just wait for the judges to drop in their score there, look at the proximity from Emilis Velica there. Cameron Mustard, that lead run was inch perfect around the full way around this round one layout. This is also the layout for you guys if you can attend SDC round one. This is the layout. If you attend, well, the round one for SDC I think has already passed, but this is, I'm told it hasn't. It's in a couple of weeks, is it? A couple of weeks time? As this will be the layout here, and I think one or two of our judges will actually be judging at that event in real life too, so getting a little bit of practice in for the judges as well for their real life stuff, as some of the guys here, Emilis Velica driving in real life as well, as we this was round one in 2025 of SDC. I see, I'm getting that information here now. So one of our judges just messaged me there, obviously listening to the stream. Hello, how are you? As we wait for their decision to drop in, we have one decision in there already. That's a second decision and a third decision dropping in here as we move it back to the decision area. Swipe them right for Emilis Velica, left for Cameron Mustard, one for Mustard, two for Mustard, three for Mustard. Cameron Mustard getting the win, taking out Emilis Velica in that yellow RTW S13. Moving on to the top four is Cameron Mustard. Emilis Velica will end his evening there, and we will move it along to our next battle here, which will be Juan Horquez to take on the teammate of Emilis Velica, Ernesto Jacubilus, in that RTW S13. Again, that yellow car. These guys definitely here, three drivers actually of that RTW team in the top 8. Martinez Ostrojka, Emilis Velica and Ernesto Jacubilus. Juan Horquez takes his lead lane there, as you can just see Ernesto Jacubilus in the background warming up his tires to take the chase lane here. Both these guys are very close in qualifying, 20th for Juan Horquez and 21st for Ernesto Jacubilus. So we'll wait for Rise, our lead judge, to give the go ahead. We'll get those start line lights lit up. See there, the hazards on for Ernesto Jacubilus as we get the green light to go. Juan Horquez to lead out Ernesto. So let's see what happens here. Ernesto Jacubilus going very close on initiation here, pushing the MX-5 around outer zone 1 as we come through outer zone 2 here, down D&D alley. Look at this here, Ernesto Jacubilus just falling back a little bit, makes a dive now through outer zone 4, through inner clip 4 rather, as we push up the hill, starts to reel in the MX-5 and starts to push lovely up onto the door, pushing that MX-5 across the line. As we bring them back to the start line, we'll swap them around and we will get Ernesto Jacubilus to take the lead lane as Juan Horquez gets a chance now to chase in Ernesto Jacubilus. What will happen here? I believe Juan Horquez is gonna want to go extremely close here to Ernestus, and Ernestus, one of those guys you can trust his lead line. It's gonna be good. So we will see what happens as the lights start to illuminate there. We get the green light, Ernestus to lead us out here, as we get Juan Horquez to follow in. As will he go as close on initiation? Not really, but does get there in the end through outer zone 1, starts to push that S13 and the MX-5. We're paying the favor here in the second battle. Look at the proximity here from Juan Horquez, the speed of that MX-5 pushing Ernesto Jacubilus up the hill there, and and a bit of contact there, nudging Ernestus through the last section of track and across the line there. Very, very good battle. Juan Horquez, what a chase run there, as the judges already start to drop in their scores. One already anyway, as we bring the side-by-side up on your screens here to have a look at the run side by side. The lead run from Ernesto was fantastic. Now, I am seeing something here. Juan Horquez did shallow off a little bit as he came through inner clip 4. Did manage to grab a bit of a gap. That's why there was that bit of a gap there for Ernesto to make up. But Ernesto's dealing with that very well. The lead run, there wasn't anything wrong with Ernesto's lead, though. It was very, very pinpoint. You can see that there. A-line everywhere. And then the arc here, like we were talking about, from 4, perfect arc from 4 around to 5. No adjustments here in the lead position from Ernesto Jacubilus. You can see there just a little bit of a tap there from Juan Horquez. Brings it around very, very nicely. Nice and fluid is what the judges are looking for in that section in particular. It's a very heavy marking zone. It can sway a lot of battles, and it swayed a lot of scores in qualifying yesterday too. And talking to our judges, that is really where you saw a lot of 70-point runs. It was that section of track there that did the damage for a lot of drivers. They were just not fluid enough through that section, and it was pointed out profusely in briefing. So let's see what happens as we wait for the judges, the other two judges, to drop in their score here. Looking back at these two runs again, it's incredible to see the proximity that Juan Horquez was able to get onto Emilis Velica, but it's because you could, or not Emilis, or Ernesto Jacubilus, as Juan Horquez, as we do get a decision here, swiping left for Ernesto Jacubilus, right for Juan Horquez. As Rise goes Ernestus, Juan Horquez for Parker, and tire goes Ernesto Jacubilus. So that will mean Ernestus moves on to the top 4 to take on Cameron Mustard, who just knocked out Emilis Velica in the top 8. So Ernestus trying to repay the favour there to Cameron Mustard for knocking out his teammate. As we'll go back to the line here. It'll be Ahmed Al-Hamadi versus Luis Zanata. 180SX versus S14, an all S chassis battle here again. We've seen a lot this evening, but we will see what happens here now with this, as Luis Zanata, a man who's been around Driftland more than once, I can guarantee you that, has been in SVDS for a number of years now, and Ahmed Al-Hamadi maybe just fresh to SVDS. This is his first round of SVDS, I believe, but qualified second yesterday with a 94.3, so knows his way around this track as well. As they leave the line here, Ahmed to lead out Luis Zanata as they flick in. Luis Zanata, big initiation there onto the door, the 180SX, as he brings it around now to outer zone 3. Will he make a dive through 4, and he'll just stay on the front wheel? Unbelievable here from Luis Zanata as he continues to push the 180SX around this track here. Unbelievable stuff. Fantastic here from both drivers. Very, very nice. As we go back to the line, we'll switch them around here. Just waiting for them to get back to the line here. As we do get them on the line, we'll wait for Rise to give the lights as they do illuminate to get the last green light. We got Luis Zanata to lead out Ahmed Al-Hamadi, and he hits the wall. Luis Zanata takes himself out here, makes massive contact with the wall. Ahmed Al-Hamadi will finish out that run to make sure he does not zero, but that will be a very clear-cut decision there, I think, for the judges. They'll make sure there wasn't contact before the wall there, but other than that, I don't see it going really any other way. We'll get a replay up here very shortly as they make their way towards the decision area. So let's have a look here. Was there contact? I don't think there was. Maybe the very slightest. Really have to get a different angle on that if we can, but I don't think we can. But yeah, it looks to me that Luis Zanata just got it wrong, zigged when he should have zagged and hit the wall. As Ahmed Al-Hamadi does finish out that run, we will see what happens there. The judges will have a look in depth here, just make sure there was no contact before that. As we just wait now for the judges drop in the score. We do have one score there from a judge. As we just wait for the second to come through here. And the third, just to make sure. Judges still deliberating about this. Just making sure, making up their own opinions. Each judge will make their own decision in the end here, but we'll have to figure out what that is momentarily when they do have all the final scores dropped in. And don't forget, they are comparing both runs. Even though there might have been a 0 in that second run, they will have a look at the first run just to make sure everything was in tip-top shape. But it really depends on what they deem at fault for Lucinata hitting the wall. So was there contact before then? I'm not too sure. As we still wait for, it is Rise and Tire to get their decision in. Ryan Parker has already made up his mind. I still can't, I'm not too sure. Looking at that, was there contact in that, on that initiation? Okay, so I am hearing there was contact. So they are trying to deem, was that contact enough to push him into the wall, and is that what actually happened there? Because you can see he does actually get onto angle. But was it the contact that slowed it down that made him just get to the angle a little bit later? As we do get a decision here, and it will be Lucinata getting the win here, going on to the top 4. Ahmed Al-Hamadi, unfortunately, bowing out of competition here in the top 8. So judges deeming Ahmed Al-Hamadi at fault for that, as he did make contact, and that was enough to send Lucinata into the wall. As we'll move it along now to our final battle of the top 8. Now, this is a very interesting one. It's Martinez Ostrojka versus Noah McGlade. The young gun has taken down everything that's been thrown at him today so far. He's taken down Ernesto Bazinskas. He's taken down Nico Stella. Can he take down Martinez Ostrojka? Let's find out, as both of them pull to the line here now. Noah to chase first, as Martinez Ostrojka in that RTW S13. Both these guys in S13, slightly different S13s at that, but let's see what happens here as we wait for the judges to illuminate them lights. As we get the green light, we send them down the track here. Martinez Ostrojka to initiate in. Noah McGlade, will he go hard against in? And he does manage to grab the door of the S13 here as we come through outer zone 2, flick back to outer zone 3. Will Noah make a dive towards inner clip 4? He does. Will he push Martinez Ostrojka up the hill? He does make a slight dive there again, looking to push even further, get closer and closer to the Ostrojka as we come across the line here. Noah McGlade not doing a half bad job in the chase here, as Martinez Ostrojka doing Martinez Ostrojka things, not putting a foot wrong in the lead there, doing exactly what the judges asked him to do, which is that lead line with that perfect arc on the last section of track and hit all of the clips nicely. It's all they're looking for. As we get through to the next half of this battle, Noah McGlade to lead out here, as Martinez Ostrojka is going to want to go close here as we initiate in side by side. Martinez Ostrojka goes close to the RPS 13 and Noah McGlade, that Carbon Drift Team driver, not doing so bad so far. As you transition back now towards inner clip 4, Martinez Ostrojka looking to push Noah McGlade around this last section of track. Look at this from Martinez Ostrojka. The proximity is insane as he wavers, trying to slow that car down so he doesn't hit Noah McGlade. And we cross the line. We will go back to the decision area. We'll get the side by side up as we wait for the judges to give their scores. As I do see some scores dropping in already. as we do have a decision there. Just finish out these replays. You see the proximity from Martinez there is unbelievable. Dude is an absolute robot when it comes to chase runs and lead runs. His lead runs was perfect as well, but Noah trying his best there to get up on there. So swiping left for Martinez Ostrika, right for Noah McGlade. And Martinez Ostrika takes out Noah McGlade. And Noah will bow out of competition on the top 8. And that is the end of an incredible weekend for the young Carbon Drift Team driver in that 180SX, the young Irishman, doing an incredible job this weekend, as that gives you our top 4. It'll be Cameron Mustard versus Ernesto Jacubilus, Luis Anada versus Martinez Ostrika. That is your top 4 for today. So I believe we have a slight server reset where we get some people out of the server, and we're actually going straight into it. So we will move it to the line. We'll just get everybody gridded back up, those 4 drivers, and this will be your top 4 as we go towards our 3rd and 4th playoff and our final. So who will get 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th? As you see, Luis Anada coming back to the line here now to face off against Martinez Ostrika. But first off, we'll get Cameron Mustard and Ernesto Jacubilus to face off. We'll get them to the line as soon as possible. As we see Ernesto just pulling through the S section at the bottom end of Driftland here. Cameron Mustard already lined up in that PS13. As we just wait now, you can see Cameron in that S13. Lovely looking car. Again, body kit's done by our sponsor Dill 3D. Unbelievable job, Dylan, doing an incredible job on these cars. Really loving it. As we can see the opponent of Cameron Mustard there, but directly behind him, that is Ernesto Jacubilus, a man who has been around here for quite a long time. He's done a lot of battles through here, and there we go. That's Ernesto's coming through. Actually, that was his teammate behind Cameron Mustard. That was actually Martinez Ostrika. Very hard to tell these guys apart. They need to put some sort of factor in there that I can tell them apart. I'm gonna ask them that. Will they do that for me? Because it is very difficult. They are identical liveries. The only difference is the banner on the side of the door, as we see there, Ernesto Jacubilus. As we have our drivers all gridded up, we just let the judges have a little bit of a settle down really quick as we get them to probably get the drivers to go warm their tires now in just a second. As the judges have just reset their stuff there, getting ready to go for this top 4 battle, your first top 4 battle, brought to you by STRO M Wheels, DND Performance Interiors, Driftland, Mclellan Motorsport, Tsujigiri Collective, number 26 Racing, Kaptured Media, Dill 3D, Frontside Racing, 443 Motorsport. Big thank you to all of our sponsors here at SVDS. Really big thank you to them. This would not have happened without any of the sponsors, and STRO M Wheels being that title sponsor yet again, supplying us with a lot of cool prizes. And then on top of that, if you look at all of our cars, they are running STRO M Wheels, and big fan of all the STRO M Wheels myself. A big fan of the DS35 in particular. It's one of my favorite wheels I've ever come across, and big fan of them. As we just wait for the judges to give the go ahead for our drivers to warm their tires for the first battle here. So just patiently waiting as we do get Cameron Mustard. A little bit of movement down at the start line here. He does go warm his tyres, as we will get Ernesto Jacubilus to do the same. Cameron Mustard to lead out first, as he was the higher qualifier. So Cameron Mustard qualifying with a 91.3 yesterday, where Ernesto Jacubilus qualifying with an 87, so big split between these guys, but that does not say anything about the driver in battles. This is a completely different ball game to qualifying. Do you have to run the qualifying line? Yes, but there's a chase driver involved here now as well, and Ernestus or Jacubilus is well able to chase. We've seen that all evening here as we get the green light to go. Cameron Mustard to lead us out for the first half of this top 4 battle. Let's see what happens here. Ernestus Jacubilus going right onto the door here. The S13 of Cameron Mustard as, oh, look at this here now from Ernestus Jacubilus, pushes up onto the door here again, gets into inner clip 4 and starts to apply more pressure onto Cameron Mustard. And look at the proximity here from Ernestus Jacubilus pushing the S13 of Cameron Mustard around the final section of track and across the line. Ernestus doing a flawless chase run there. It's pinpoint perfect every single time. Cameron gonna take a little second here just to make sure that everything's still okay. He'll have maybe a quick look at the phone just to see is there a text from a spotter, what he has to do, how close was he. He will have a fairly good idea. You can probably see him anyway. He was that close as we get Ernestus Jacubilus to lead out Cameron Mustard now. Cameron gonna have to pull off something incredible here in his chase run to get this working, as we do have the judges lighting up that semaphore there. We get the green light to go. Ernestus to lead us out the second half of the top 4 battle here now between himself and Cameron Mustard. Cameron Mustard goes to the door. The S13 here, that RTW driver of Ernestus Jacubilus, not putting an inch wrong so far as we transition back now, come down to the bottom section of track through inner clip 4, work our way up the hill. Cameron Mustard wanted to get that a little bit closer to Ernestus Jacubilus and does just that as he puts door marks or tire marks all over the door here. As we move them back to the decision area, Ernestus makes his way towards the wrong area. Just a little bit of a runoff there as we will go to the judges for that, but we'll have a look at the replays here side by side for you guys. Let's see what happened here. So you can see the proximity from both drivers was actually fairly tight, but there were mistakes here and there, and the judges are going to have to weigh them up and see which was more. As you can see, there was a little bit of contact in each run there at different points, but they were only little taps, and they're very hard to tell if it was upsetting a line or not, because these guys are so smooth anyway. They're very used to dealing with little taps here and there, so these cars as well colliders are able to take a little bit of a punch. Also, it's something that these cars are very nice for. The colliders are, it feels like when you get hit in a real car, you get a little bit of a touch, a little bit of a love tap. You know it's there, but it's not going to upset your line too much. But if you get a massive dive into the side of you, it's going to upset your line as per usual. So SVDS trying to make the colliders a little bit more like real life. And obviously that will be developed throughout the rest of the season, hopefully, and we'll see little bits here and there improve over the next while, and we really want to develop these cars, so feedback from the drivers is going to be important as we wait for feedback on this battle here from the judges. It's taken quite a long time. They're having a good deliberation about this, trying to split up these two guys. Maybe, who knows, we could see a one more time battle here between these two, as I don't think they'd mind going one more time again. It's like, yeah, sure, I can go again. As we wait for them, still a lot of deliberation. I'd love to know what they're trying to weigh up here. Are they trying to find mistakes, or are they saying both of these runs were fairly pinpoint accurate? As we just see, trying to pick out the points here where the judges could separate them, and it's really down to proximity on each run, because both lead runs were very good and both chase drivers were mimicking the lead driver on the same line perfectly. It's just really down to proximity here, and those little taps you can see on the left side of the screen, that run where Ernestus was chasing as they come through towards outer zone 6, there is a little bit of a tap there that does upset the line, as we do get a decision here. Side and left for Ernestus Jacubilus, right for Cameron Mustard. And Cameron Mustard getting the win here, taking out Ernestus Jacubilus. He will progress on to the final, Cameron Mustard, and Ernestus will go to the 3rd and 4th place playoff. And still podium on the cards here for Ernesto Jacubilus, so it's not over just yet. But Cameron Mustard, definite 100% guarantee on that podium. As we move it along now to the next battle, it will be Luis Anada to take on Martinez Ostrika, another RTW driver. Half of the drivers here are RTW drivers. Means you're guaranteed to have an RTW driver on the podium. That's a very good result for the RTW team. They will be happy with that no matter what way it goes today. They're going to hope to have at least 2 cars on that podium, but at least one of them will be there. So let's see what happens now as we wait for the judges to light the candle here. We'll start. We have both guys waiting on the line. You see Martinez Ostrika there on the right hand side in the lead lane. We get the green light to go. Martinez leads us out of the start line chicane here as Luis Anada chases in, and wow, look at this from Luis Anada, side by side entry, pushes up onto the door, the S13. Very quality, very precise there from Luis Anada as he starts to push up the hill here now. And look at this, Martinez Ostrika not putting a foot wrong, but it allows Luis Anada to push hard onto the door and apply a lot of pressure onto that S13 as they finish out the first half of this battle. We'll move it back to the line, we'll swap them around as we wait yet again to send these guys down for the second half of this battle. We'll let Rise light the lights there for the start line. Let us head down one more time for the top 4 before we go towards the finals as we get the first, second and third light here. Martinez Ostrika gonna want to apply a lot of pressure onto the S14 and Luis Anada here as we initiate through side by side again. Martinez Ostrika right there onto the door, the S14. Look at this, the proximity is incredible as we transition here. Right on the back bumper is Martinez Ostrika. A little bit of a gap there before out of zone 4, but fixes that straight away. Look at the proximity and the fluidity here from both of the guys. Look at Martinez Ostrika right on the door, the S14. Incredible stuff here. As we finish out that run, they'll go for their decision. Who is going to the finals? Who is going to the 3rd and 4th place playoff? This was incredible. Look at this. So Luis Anada, maybe a little bit of a hiccup on his lead line there, not getting to outer zone 1 as early as he would have liked, but the chase run was impeccable. But you can't ignore Martinez Ostrika here either. Both runs were phenomenal. The lead was inch perfect. The chase from inner clip 4 all the way around to the finish line was so fluid. There was no variance in proximity at all. It was just stick it there, I'm here for the rest of the run. That was it. It was incredible stuff there. As we still wait for the judges to make a decision, they are going to break this down and make sure they are seeing all of the information and pick up any mistakes that might have just got missed from our angles there. They'll look through all of their telemetry and all of their camera angles that they have just to make sure that they're making the right call here, because someone is going to the finals here. Very valuable championship points at the start of the season on the line. And that Team RTW driver of Martinez Ostrika will want to get on the podium here. He wants them points. The Team RTW do want them team points as well. As you can see, the proximity from both of the guys in the chase runs are absolutely pin perf. We knew this from top 32, the first battle in top 32 today. To remind you, it was Emilis Velica versus Charlie Hume, and it was an unbelievable set of runs. And again, the second battle, the third battle, the fourth battle, that whole entire group was incredible. And then we moved to the second group, and that was incredible. From start to finish today, the driving has been top notch. We've only had a few very clear-cut decisions, and we've had a lot of long deliberations with our judges, a lot of making sure they're making the right call, because you might have missed something. And this is the same, it is a very precise thing. These guys putting in an awful lot of time and effort, a lot of guys driving this track over and over and over again repeatedly for the last week, and some of these guys guessing they're going to go, oh yeah, you know what, this could be a layout that's used in SVDS. I have the cars, why not try it out? Even if they didn't have these cars in particular, any car, they can learn the line, they can see where they need to push, they see where different lines could be, where they could push slightly harder, as we do see one of the judges has got, yeah, from what I'm seeing here, does have a decision in. Just waiting for two others here now. So we will see what happens here. Who is going to take on Cameron Mustard in the final? Who will come up against Ernesto Jacubilus in the third and fourth place playoff? As we get two decisions in here now. Three decisions in. We'll go to the judges. Swiping left for Luzanata, right for Martinez Ostrika. And it's Martinez Ostrika going through to the final here to face off against Cameron Mustard. So that means Luzanata will face off against Ernesto Jacubilus in the third and fourth place playoffs. Very, very intense here. We have two battles remaining for the evening. And I'd like to say a big thank you to everyone for staying with us throughout this very long stream. We are delighted you guys could join us. As we wait for the guys to just get back to the line, we will go for our third and fourth place playoff. Guys obviously going to reset their tires and stuff like that back in the pits, where we will see our third and fourth place playoff first. Luzanata and Ernesto Jacubilus to take the first step now. So it'll be Ernesto Jacubilus to lead out first, Luzanata to give chase. Ernesto was the higher qualifier with an 87-point run, and then we had Luzanata with an 86.3. So tight margins here between these guys, but still a little bit of a gap as we go. We have Luzanata on the line, we have Ernesto Jacubilus on the line. All we need now is the lights from our judges to give the go-ahead to send these guys down the track for the last battle of the day. Well, our second last battle of the day, their last battle of the day. Let's see who will take third spot on the podium. As a lot of fans in the chat for Luzanata, a man who's been around this track for a very long time, as we get the green light to go. Let's see Ernesto Jacubilus to lead us in first here. Luzanata to give chase. Side-by-side entry yet again. Luzanata going right to the door of the S13 immediately, right off the rip. And he touching wheels before we hit outer zone 2 as we transition back now. Make another dive up into inner clip 4. He does. And starts to push the S13 around this Driftland section. Look at the proximity for Luzanata. Incredible stuff here. But Ernesto Jacubilus doing an incredible lead line too. Let's see what happens in the second half of this battle. It is incredibly intense here. Both of these guys wanting to take that bottom step on the podium. Both of these guys wanting that third place finish as they both pull back to the line, eager to get going yet again. As we get them to leave the line here, Luzanata to lead us out this time round as Ernesto Jacubilus enters in right on the door of the S14. Look at this, just as close as Luzanata was on the first run. As we come around to inner clip outer zone 3 here, make our way to inner clip 4. Look at this from Ernesto Jacubilus, pushing right up on the door of the S14, doing an incredible job, applying so much pressure to Luzanata. Look at this. You couldn't fit a sheet of paper between these guys. It is unbelievable as they'll make their way around to the decision area. The judges have a tough decision on their hands here. As, oh, we already have. Oh, okay. So is that we do have a decision then? Is that what I'm hearing? Not yet, but we won't be in. Okay, right. So if we get a decision here, we will not be announcing it until the podium. The only thing we will be announcing is if there is a one more time. So if we have a decision here, we will not be announcing until the podium, as we look at the side-by-side here, the replays, while we wait for the judges to drop in the scores. Guys are obviously doing donuts there, burn off the last bit of the tire for the last battle, so let's see what happens. So we do have a decision, and we will go to the podium for that. So before we get there, we have to do our final battle of the day. This is the final battle. This is what it's all led up to. Cameron Mustard versus Martinus Ostrika. We will get them to warm their tires. As you just see there, Martinus Ostrika warming his tires. We'll get Cameron Mustard to warm his now momentarily. As we get both guys to the line here. Let's let the lights go green, and there we go. Martinus Ostrika to lead us out first here. Cameron Mustard to initiate close in behind him. Let's see what happens here. Side-by-side entry. Both S13s fired it into outside zone 1 here as we work it around to outer zone 2. Transition back to outer zone 3 into inner clip 4. Look at Cameron Mustard right on the door of the S13 here as he pushes that RTW logo into the door of Martinus Ostrika. Unbelievable stuff here from Cameron Mustard. Martinus Ostrika doing an incredible job out in the lead here as well. Very clinical driver. He did qualify with a 93.3 yesterday. Knows this track very well. Very comfortable in the lead position, but he's also comfortable in the chase. So when we swap the roles around, Cameron Mustard to lead us out, Martinus Ostrika to give chase. Let's see what happens here. It's gonna be wild. Martinus Ostrika, a big fan of aggressive proximity driving as we get the green light here. Cameron Mustard to lead the line here. Martinus Ostrika to give chase. Let's see, it's going to be a side-by-side entry. Of course it is. Martinus Ostrika pushing in on Cameron Mustard here around outer zone 1. Look at the proximity here. It's so tight between these guys as Cameron Mustard transitions back now, tucks it up to inner clip 4, brings it around and up the hill. Martinus Ostrika right there with Cameron Mustard. Look at this to finish off your last run of the day. Martinus Ostrika pushing Cameron Mustard across the line. Unbelievable stuff here in the final run of the day as we get Cameron Mustard given a few donuts in the final run of the day, and we'll get Martinus to do a few rings as well. Incredible stuff from both drivers as we wait to see, will we get a decision or will we go one more time? If we have a decision, we will just go to the podium. As we get the side-by-side here. A lot of support here for RTWs, a lot of support for Cameron Mustard as well in the chat, so let's see what happens. We just wait to hear if we do have a decision or not. I'm just trying to hear some information in my ear there. What was that? Okay, so judges just reviewing a couple of things here, maybe spotting some things that we may have missed in the booth here. As yeah, both of these runs were incredible, definitely worthy of a final, but every run this evening from every driver has been incredible. Fantastic driving from each and every person this evening as we even got moving through everything. But the story of the night for me is that absolute hard charging of Noah McGlade. Did an incredible job all night for his first set of battles in SVDS. Did incredible to get to the top 8. Fantastic stuff there as we do wait for a decision here. See, do we have a decision for our final battle of the evening between Cameron Mustard and Martinez Ostrika? We do have a decision here for Ernesto Jacubilus and Luis Anada in that battle. So we will see who's taken top spot and second spot here. And I'm hearing that we do have a decision, so we will be going to the podium. So we will move it along to the podium here. As we just get the drivers all lined up for the podium ceremony, we'll just make sure everything is up to scratch. I can, yeah. I've just got the results sent to me now. Okay, as we just get the drivers set up really quickly. And again, big thank you to everybody who stuck it out with us this evening and yesterday evening for qualifying. It was a absolutely brilliant event here for the first round of SVDS Street. Big thank you to all our sponsors: STRO M Wheels, our title sponsor; DND Performance Interior, Driftland, Mclellan Motorsport, Tsujigiri Collective, Number 26 Racing, Kaptured Media, Dill 3D Models, and Frontside Racing. Big thank you to all of our sponsors. Could not have been done without all of them. As we just set up our drivers here for our podium ceremony, I'd like to thank everybody for showing up as well, all our drivers. Big thank you to them. Some unbelievable driving from everybody this evening, and yesterday evening. So podium ceremony here. So taking third spot on the podium will be Ernesto Jacubilus. Congratulations, Ernesto Jacubilus, meaning that Luis Anada takes a fourth position overall. Now, the moment you've all been waiting for, our final, the winner of round one of SVDS Street is Cameron Mustard. Congratulations, meaning that Martinez Ostrika takes second spot, giving you your overall podium for this evening. And the hard charger for the evening was Noah McGlade. So big congratulations to all our drivers. And that is it for round one. Big thank you to all of our sponsors, our title sponsor STRO M Wheels, and the rest of our sponsors: DND Performance Interior, Driftland, Mclellan Motorsport, Tsujigiri Collective, Number 26 Racing, Kaptured Media, Dill 3D, Frontside Racing, 443 Motorsport. Big thank you to all of our drivers and all of you who came out to watch the streams. We will see you next round. Good night.